And yeah, we're probably going to talk about something else that broke this morning. I've got a video going live in like 3 minutes about PlayStation no longer making physical discs in 2028. I literally hit the schedule button on this stream. I had my Xbox thumbnail, my script, my monologue, my description. I hit publish. I come to the Discord, and PlayStation's like, hey, we're going to drop a bombshell like now. And so I quickly scrambled to make a video about it. I'm obviously not happy about it. I don't like when we see consumer choice taken away. I myself, yes, I've gone digital, but that doesn't mean I'm going to celebrate people not being able to buy physical any longer. Once we get into 2028, PlayStation's no longer offering discs or making discs, and their games won't come on discs anymore. Once we get into 2028. So that video is going to go live in a little bit. I'm going to need y'all's help with that. We don't typically like to do uploads while I'm live, mainly because we're here live talking, and a lot of people are going to be confused. So I'll put a link in chat. We'll put a link on the Twitch chat as well. We're going to ask you guys to go watch that. It's a real quick video. It's 9 minutes. And that'll help me out. Hit like, hit hype, leave a comment. I am going to thank some people for getting us started this morning. Hanshot first, and so did you. DK Baker gifts a member. Joker Quinn gifts a member. And then Ginger Prime's going to renew for 58 months. And a member plus, he says, wild times. Gaming Survivor with 2 months says, it's been a wild couple of weeks in the gaming industry. 147. Oh, don't wait. Xbox will step on their own rake any day now. I think that's why PlayStation pushed this out. They know it's about to be a bloodbath in the news cycle, and they're like, well, we better get our bad news out right now. Hissing Badger with 2 months. Welcome back. Getting us to 148. Thanks for renewing on Twitch. Guys, thanks for all the likes on YouTube. Try to get us to 200 likes. Stream is digital and gaming didn't die. I'm not going to be sky is falling and tell you gaming is dying. I'm just saying I don't like when consumers have their choices taken away. You guys know that's always been the thing that I've said is like, I'll choose what I like. I like digital. I don't want your choice taken from you. I don't like that. It's like, no, you should be able to continue buying physical. You should be able to continue using your physical. Wheezy renews over here on Twitch and says, so Lono, they're trying to change the refund policy now that people won't have physical discs anymore. Oh, I really hope they change. That would be the only silver lining here is that if they do a refund policy going strictly digital. And a 5 bomb comes in from Wired Rope and he secures the gifted I owe Twitch 3. I'm going to wait until I owe you 5 because of the discount. And then Edward Holst is going to pop one there. We're 20 bomb away. Let's have a strong start to the day. Who's going to do the first 20 bomb of today to get us to 175? I'll owe you another member. Edward says after 35 months and a member plus, he says Xbox closing studios, PlayStation killing physical games. The industry is in crisis. I just hope that when the dust settles, things can get better. Why did a bunch of emojis explode on the stream? I think, did he do something? I don't know. Did he do something with his gifted that caused that? Oh, we're 75% of the way to the sub goal, maybe. I don't know. What do you think of THQ Nordic shipping physical direct to consumers that order them so they don't have to pay for distribution? What are you going to do with the physical game? What are you going to do with the physical game on a console that probably won't have physical? I mean, that's the real question. Is PlayStation... is PlayStation even going to offer a physical drive for the PlayStation 6? I mean, I'm hoping that they do because you're going to have a bunch of PlayStation 5 games that you're going to want to be able to play backwards compatible. What are you going to do? Now, if there's a disc drive on it, I suppose, but they're literally saying PlayStation games won't be on discs going forward. I don't think they're going to let them do that. Terminal Stupidity, thank you for using your Prime on Twitch. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you guys for the continued support of the channel. That is how I do this full time, so we appreciate you guys doing that. Don't forget, when you're a member or a sub to the channel, you guys get access to the Discord and the green room. All right, here, I think the video just went live. And a 10 bomb comes in from Terminal Stupidity. He's like, I'll get us halfway there. And Predator with a VIP renewal. Thank you so much. All right, I need everybody's help, all right? This is a breaking news day. And on breaking news days, we have to kind of improvise, all right? I know I'm live. I know I'm sitting here talking to you. I need you to click the YouTube link in chat. All right, I need you to do that for me. Go watch it, go like it, go hype it, go leave a comment. I'll read your comments here on stream. Remember, guys, when you watch my videos on mobile, hit like, then hit hype, then leave a comment. I'm pulling up the video, don't worry. Thank you. Vicks Vapor, thanks for using your Prime. The subject was red hot. It was red hot. It was like, I got to drop the video now. I've got to drop the video now. I don't like dropping videos while I'm live streaming, but it was like, this story is too smoking. On Twitch or on the YouTube video. Where do you want me to comment? On the YouTube video. Anytime you guys watch my YouTube videos, hit like. If you're on mobile, hit like, hit hype, because hype is purely a mobile thing. And then leave a comment on YouTube. That helps me. Every comment on YouTube helps, boys. Silver Subaru with a 65-month VIP renewal. Keep up the good work, please. PlayStation, keep the physical discs alive. Let's freaking go chat. And a $4 super chat from Soy Pogger. And then Grady renews his membership as well. We're at 170. We're a 5-bomb away from 175. Lono says, hey, stop watching me and go watch me over here. That's right, Jack Garland. I don't care about new guys. And a 20-bomb comes in from Zet Furious. That is a big one and gets us to 190. We're a 10-bomb away from 200, and boy, it's taken off today, guys. Make sure that just shoved the link out of the chat. I'm gonna put the link back in chat. All right, do me a favor. If you guys see the link in chat, please click it. All right, please. I'm gonna put it here. Hang on. I'm gonna go reply to my own tweet. My tweet's doing numbers. I called it a massive L. And it's already over. It's closing on 20,000 views. Here is my video on it. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. There we go. Let's see. A 10-bomb comes in from Darth Nihilus, and he secures the 200 milestone for YouTube. And EO Summation says, trying to keep the stream alive while everyone drops for the upload. Also, screw the nice round number. There it is. You the man, EO Summation. If you guys go and watch it, DK Bager with a gifted member as well. If you guys go and watch it, a really, really great way to watch content like that when you're trying to come back to the stream is turn the speed up. It still counts. It already has 55 likes. Go crazy on that video, all right? I need that video to cook right now, because it's a red hot subject, and I put together a script, and I was like, let's go, let's talk about this right the heck now. So it is live right now on the channel. If you need the link, just say so. No physical, hints of a hybrid PlayStation coming. Okay, well, think about the timing of when they're doing this, okay? The link is in chat if you guys need it. Think about the timing of when they're doing this. They're doing this in 2028. So this likely confirms that the PlayStation 6 is coming in 2028. I think, that's what I think. I think it's going to be fourth quarter of 2028. And I think they're confirming that the PlayStation 6 is going to be digital only. Now, I don't know if they're going to let you buy some kind of an external disk drive or some sort of an adapter or something, because how are you going to play your physical discs back compat, right? Are you going to have to keep a PlayStation 5 for the rest of your life, right? Like, that's ridiculous. Weezy, you say you doubt it. Which part do you doubt? Let's announce that we're only doing digital while simultaneously announcing closing digital storefront. Great way to set the new standard. Right? That's such a good point, Kylo Green. They announced they're closing the PlayStation 3 store and the PSP. Now, the hope would be that, like, that's because those devices are basically no longer being supported. But then what does that mean for the future of digital storefronts? It's like, if you can just shut them down, well, what does that mean for my games? What does that mean for my library? Oh, you don't think they're going to have the extra disc thing? So people are basically going to have PlayStation 5 discs that are locked to the PlayStation 5, and they can't do anything with them. We have a hype train going over there on Purple. Guys, remember, there is a 35% discount on Purple right now if you gift larger, a 5-bomb or more. There's 2 days left on that discount. So if you're going to go crazy, now's a good time to do it. All right, there. I just finished the video over there. I had it running at a really, really fast speed. So thank you, everybody, for watching it. It already has 130 views. Let's comb through. And Dodeva drops a 5-bomb on Purple and gets us to 207. Let's read through the comments here. Jason F. says, great video. Thanks so much for the comment on my video about the PlayStation situation. If you guys want me to interact with what you're and Wired Rope with a 5-bomb on Purple as well. Lord Horg with the Member Plus renewal and 34 months says, I guess I'm going to be forced to buy digital only. Steam will be the only place I get games when they go on sale. Listen, if you guys want me to interact with you right now, the best way to get interaction from me, go watch my video and leave a comment. I'm going to be reading through the comments right now because that's what's hot. The PlayStation story is red, stinking hot right now. I just need to snooze my ring because I'm going to get obliterated today with notifications. My family's like packing up the car to go somewhere. The Malice one says, it definitely tells me the PS5 disc drive will be sold separately. Indeed, if they even make one. Yeah, that's if they even make one. I mean, I don't know. Wheezy saying he doubts they do it. Sketch says, looks like digital games people voted with their wallets. They did. I mean, they did. Sorry, we did. Right? Reforged, do you play any games or just drama grifting? I've probably completed more games than you. I've rolled credits on 18 games this year, and I'm currently working on Adventures in Elliot and playing Astral Ascent with my wife. What are you doing, mauling into my chat like a child? Barkster says, this is a mistake. Expensive console, no discs. Sony is about to Pikachu face when they see the sales. They sell most copies digital now, though. That's the thing, though. They sell most of their copies digital. That's been the argument since Brandon against digital on console all along. Nintendo already shut down digital stores. Sony's doing it too. It's one of the reasons I went to PC. If I go digital, I may as well go where there's better preservation. Let's see here. TY, people are just putting emotes. Thank you guys for putting the emotes and the hearts on the video. That does help. You guys are leaving comments on the, PlayStation. Lono, I blame you. It's my fault. I mean, I'm the one that did it. I did digital. I did. I shifted to digital. It's convenient. Now, there's nuance here. I mean, you could certainly say if proper regulation comes into play, digital could be great for preservation, but we're going to need regulation. We're going to need consumer protections put in place, because if we don't get consumer protections put in place, then they could do what they just did to the PS3 storefront and the PSP, and they just shut them down. Now, the storefront shutting down doesn't mean your digital copy no longer works. It just means you can no longer go to that storefront to buy stuff, right? I didn't read the update on it. I don't have a PSP, and I don't have a PS3. My understanding is that doesn't mean those digital games don't work anymore. Right now, don't you have access to your PlayStation 3 games digital on your PlayStation 5? Them shutting down the storefront, as I understand it, that means you can't boot up a PlayStation 3 and go into that storefront. Same with the PSP. I didn't go and read the update. Let me see if I can pull that up. Let's see here. It's just the store. It's not like they're taking away your digital PlayStation 3 games, right? Now, if they take away the store, you can't buy them anymore, but they're making a lot of those games back compat, are they not? An update on the PlayStation Store for PS3. Oh, not the PSP. I'm sorry, the Vita. After nearly 2 decades of supporting the PS3 console generation, we wanted to let you know we'll be closing the PlayStation Store on PS3 as well as the PlayStation Vita. PlayStation Store and the PlayStation 3 will close in select markets starting this year, followed by global closures next year. This means new content purchases will no longer be possible once the PlayStation Store closes these devices. To ease the transition, players will be able to download previously purchased content after the closing date for the foreseeable future. As the PlayStation Store continues to evolve and support modern commerce systems, including update payment processing standards, PS3 and PS Vita are no longer able to support these updates that level required. As a result, we will need to close PlayStation Store on these devices in the time frames that follows. Okay, so it sounds like you're going to be able to continue to download the games. You can download previously purchases. You just won't be able to buy new games. Like, there's, for the foreseeable future, again, this is where we would want to have regulation come in and protect us from them basically just, like, taking away your games. Because, like, oh, yeah, you can't access PlayStation 3 games anymore. Like, wait, what? Like, that's where we need to argue for preservation within the digital space, because like I've argued recently, there's pros and cons here. All right, there's pros and cons here. There are certainly ways that digital helps. Like, I'm able to consume extremely old television programs because of digital. I would not be able to watch the television shows that I watch with my wife if it wasn't for digital. So there is an element here that isn't terrible, but we would need to be protected because these corporations cannot be trusted. We need to be protected. That's the whole point. It's like, and also, I think this gives us a lot of ground in the refund argument. We should be able to go to the governing bodies and say, listen, they're taking away our ability to buy a physical version of a game and retain any sense of value. If we are essentially forced to only buy digital, we need to be able to return that. We need to be able to, within a reasonable amount of time, refund a digital purchase like they let you do on Steam. I think at some level, we need to always see these situations as you just gave us ground in the argument. Just like the whole, they can revoke your license. Great. If you can revoke my license, then I can give it back. And if I play a game for an hour, and if it's busted and bad, I should be able to give it back. I don't want your game. This thing sucks. Give me my money back. I think this gives us ground in the refund argument. 100%. So the more they do this, the more we need to navigate it with a sense of cunning and prudence to be like, hey, if you're going to do this, if you're going to make everything digital and I got a license you can take away, thank you for admitting that I can give the license back. I should be able to get a refund within a certain amount of time. The ease with which something is purchased digitally should be equal to the ease with which it is returned. This is my logic on this, always has been. The consumer should be protected. This comes right after this, by the way. The deleting 551 movies or TV shows or whatever, that's a licensing problem, and that is another major concern for digital ownership. It's just like, if they don't have the license anymore, they can't give it to you. A lot of that has to do with licensing, which is, again, it's another concern. So it's like, if I buy a movie digitally on Amazon and you get into a license dispute with the property owner, do I lose my movie? That's the other issue here, is that we're not properly protected from this crap. Lord Horg says, I'm depressed. I need to go home and take a huge bong rip. Don't do that. Don't self-medicate. Use it for leisure and, not that. So this is how Liberty dies. A sad face. J Hart says, this is how Liberty dies. Amskin left a comment on the video. Says, this pisses me off to absolutely no end, but I will continue to be consistent. I will buy physical until I can't, like I've said many times. Clock is ticking now, sadly. The clock is ticking now. The ubiquity of digital gaming. Al Pastor Taco, you're an idiot. TY Plays says, I wonder now how people with physical games will be able to play on a digital PlayStation 6. It is a good and fair question for Sony to answer. Sony needs to answer that question. What is somebody going to do in the future with their discs? If you're no longer offering a device with the disc, what are they supposed to do? I think that is a fair question. I've converted myself, says Jack Garland, but I feel for the folks who buy physical, particularly the folks who find physical the most convenient. I worry that if Sony suffers sales loss, they won't be able to just fire the machines back up. That's a lot of collab and contracts to create discs to bring them to the market. Zane Brown with a $2 super chat. Here's where they could end up not being hurt by this. Fair points, Jack Garland. Here's where they could be avoiding pain. If they're able to lower production cost of the PlayStation 6 by not including a disc drive or making a disc drive, and they're lowering the production costs, shipping costs, and retail store split, they could be significantly saving. So yes, there could be loss of sales here, totally. But it could end up being a wash because they're like, we're saving lots of money annually by not splitting with the retail store and by not having to make and ship discs. All those production lines can be shut down. All those shipping costs, the freight, think about how shipping fluctuates right now. When it fluctuates, everything is affected. They're not affected by that anymore if they're no longer shipping stuff. Now, they're saying that you'll be able to buy a digital code from the store. You'll be able to buy a digital code from the store. I still don't know if that means you're going to go in and buy a jewel case. They're probably not going to want to be shouldering the cost to ship a jewel case to the store when all you need is the dadgum code. You could go to the store and be like, oh, hey, I wanted to buy the new James Bond game, and they'll just print it on the dadgum receipt. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know if they're going to be making jewel cases for you anymore. Wheezy leaves a comment. GTA 6 was the canary in the coal mine. It really was. I guarantee the publishers were already alerted beforehand, and Rockstar just took the initiative to get started now. It very much was. That's the right statement. I mean, a GTA 6 was the canary in the coal mine. It was the first dead giveaway. Guys, I know we're not on topic, by the way. Like, we were going to be talking about, like, how Xbox is basically voluntarily destroying itself. This is obviously taking over. There was nothing I could do. The live show was scheduled, and then PlayStation dropped this bomb. So I'm going to put a link in chat one more time. If you guys haven't watched the video yet, I uploaded a 9-minute video about PlayStation no longer making discs. Please go give it a like. If you're watching on mobile, give it a like and a hype. And always remember to leave comments on the videos. That does help. $5 from Forget Me Not. They could offer a free or discounted version for those physical games already bought. Greg says it's interesting because third-party developers won't be able to list on places like Amazon unless Sony changes the policy. They aren't allowed to sell digital codes off-platform unless it is in a physical case. Well, they're not going to want to miss out on those storefronts, Greg. I would imagine they'd come up with something, because that would be pretty short-sighted to basically pull yourself completely from Walmart, Target, Amazon, all these various places. So they may still indeed ship jewel cases then, because they want to be on those shelf spaces. I mean, people are, walking through that. You make probably a good chunk of money from people doing that throughout the weeks and months. People going into retail locations and then snagging a game, or they're at the store and they're like, oh, hey, let me go check and see if there's any new games that have come out. You're going to miss out on that if you don't have jewel cases in the shelf space, because the average consumer is not going to be like, oh, I got to go ask the clerk to print me a code. You know what I mean? I'm annoyed by this, but I love gaming too much. Cloud Strife says, I mean, that's fair. I don't know if people are going to stop gaming over this. Keltblood leaves a comment here on my video. While I'm not surprised by the decision, it's unfortunate Sony is forcing consumers or customers into their funnel of not owning anything. I think there needs to be better consumer protection. It isn't a lack of ownership. It's still a license that you own. That just needs to be protected. That needs to be protected. It's not that this is, I think, the false dichotomy that people put out there, okay? You either buy physical or you don't own anything. That's not true. You own a license. Your Steam library right now, you own that. That's yours. They can't just take that away. If they do, there's got to be, I don't even know if they can do that, honestly. There would be lawsuits left and right if they were just taking people's entire libraries away, okay? You own the license. Now, this is where we need proper protection. I think twofold. Consumers need to be protected against bad releases. We need to be able to return the license and get a refund, okay? And the license needs to be irrevocable. I don't think they should be able to take it away. After a certain amount of time, I don't think they should have any claim on it. That is something that I think should be fought for. I think these licenses should be irrevocable. Now, if it's an online game with the terms of service because I'm interacting with their servers, you can ban me from those servers, sure. If you get banned on Steam, you lose your entire library. Yeah, I mean, if you're breaking terms of service on Steam to get banned from your entire library, you probably had to do something pretty serious, right? If it's not an online game, I think the license should be irrevocable. You shouldn't be able to take it from me. It's mine. I bought it. No, it's ours. No, it's not. I bought it. It's mine. It's in my library. Oh, we have our online servers. That's fine. Ban me from your servers. Restrict my access from your servers. That's fine. Irrevocable. No publisher will agree to that. When you agree to the PlayStation 6 license agreement, it's probably stated that Sony has the right to remove titles at any point in time. Yeah, and this is exactly what consumers should be fighting against. Listen, you got to understand something. We have legal impetus here to say, you are taking our choice away, and if you're going to do that, then these TOSs and these EULAs and all this legalese, it all needs to be adjusted with the times. If you're going to come to me and tell me, well, the times they are a-changing, we got to go digital only. That's great, fine. Thank you for admitting that your TOS needs updated too, because you should not be selling licenses that can be revoked at any time. That means you're not selling anything. You're selling a scam on an egg timer. It's like, oh, at any point we can just take this away from you. No. That should be changed. This entire situation should create legal impetus for consumers to be protected and be sold irrevocable licenses. You should not be able to revoke it. It's mine. It wouldn't be called a license if it's irrevocable. That goes against the virtue of what it means. Well, then change it. Change it. If you're going to sit here and tell me that the times are changing and you're not going to make discs anymore, then update your TOS. You should adopt with the times. Like, I'm not protected as a consumer. The regulating bodies and the governing bodies should know that. They should know that we're not protected. These guys could do this and rug pull all of us. They could make billions of dollars on gamers over the next 10 years and then be like, yeah, well, we're going to just take your licenses away cuz. And it's like, what? Absolutely not. We should be able to keep it. It should be ours. That's where we should be fighting. We should be fighting for that to be changed. If this was really important to you, and this really mattered to you, up to now you could buy the disc, and many games are right there on the disc. They can revoke the license on the discs too. That's true. They certainly could do that. But then you could create a new profile and still play the game, homie. They can't affect the disc itself. They could basically say like, oh no, you can't play this game, but you could use an offline PlayStation and play it on another profile. If it no longer has value to the company, then they should no longer own the rights. We're not protected because governments expect the industry to self-regulate through the ESA. Unfortunately, the ESA is a consortium of publishers who are naturally at odds with consumer interests. I think this is going to have to be a fight that consumers are willing to fight. You're going to have to say, listen, if you're going to take away our ability to buy physical games, then we need to be properly protected. We should not be being sold licenses that can be taken away at any moment. That's bogus. I'm reading more of the comments here on the video. If you guys want to leave a comment on this subject, there's a link in chat. I got a 9-minute video about this. It's really helpful to me when you guys watch those and leave comments. There's some precedent for that. The lawsuit against Valve in Australia made some progress by having the Steam games classified as goods under local consumer law. We got comments here on the video. Xeno Gears says, I had a feeling that when GTA 6 wasn't physical, that this would set the standard. Get ready for $80 standard games and not owning anything. We need to fight to own the license permanently. I think we need to fight for that, and you can change what it's called. I think that's where the jig is up here. Listen, there's such a thing as getting too greedy, all right? I worked at a Best Buy once, and these guys were committing credit card fraud, and they would have gotten away with it for years because there's a certain percentage that just goes ignored. There's a certain amount of credit cards where people just default on the credit cards and don't end up paying them, and the company just knows that there's a certain percentage of that's going to happen, right? Well, the people that were doing the credit card fraud got greedy, and that's how they got caught. Well, these companies are going to F around and find out. They're going to get greedy, and the consumers are going to fight back and be like, hey, wait a minute, you are taking our choice away. And if you're going to try and pull this revocable license thing with us, we fight back. We go to the government and we say, listen, this should not be allowed. We should be protected. You need to let us refund the game within a certain amount of time because it is a good that we are purchasing that should be returnable and refundable. We need to be protected as a consumer in that regard. We also need to be protected as a consumer in the regard of ownership. We need to be protected there as well. Sony's removed digital versions of movies, so no surprise with games. It's not an equivalency because the thing with movies is a license problem. They have licenses that they lose, so then they no longer can let you have it. That's not the same as a video game. It's not like when I go and buy 007, Sony could lose the license to that. That's not a thing. Like, that's not how it works. It's a completely different, like, business structure. That's why buying digital movies and digital music is such an enormous risk, because it's tied up with licenses outside of your own grasp, which means those licenses can expire and then you don't have it anymore. A $10 super chat from Drim313 says, I think them announcing January 2028 about the no disc is a hint of when the PlayStation 6 launches. Yes, I agree. Probably fourth quarter 2028, as I've been saying. Bellis leaves a comment on the video. Time to make the switch to PC and GOG. It's also digital, but at least DRM free, and you really own your games. A fair move. That's a fair move, honestly. I think a lot of people are going to have to decide where they want to plant their flag going forward. I don't love it, but I get it. Same. Derpus leaves a comment on the video about this. He says, as a collector, this makes me sad. Not a fan of this move personally, but I understand it from a business perspective. Same. Like, I get why they're doing it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to throw confetti in the air and be like, yay! I'm like, nah, this is terrible. This is awful for the consumer. The PlayStation 6 doesn't have an insert for physical disc. Hopefully allows an external disc. I agree with that. I really, really do. All right, let's look and see what we got from the newest comments here. Let's see if any are getting held for review. Nope. Let's say you guys are sometimes a little too angry, and then the comment gets reviewed. Oh my gosh. There's so many comments. Holy moly. You guys went crazy on the comments. I am, look at this. These are all new comments. Holy smokes. We should do this more often. You guys are being amazing today with the support. Let's read through the comments here. This can serve as a virtual chat here. 8-Bit Pro says, no doubt the worst PlayStation news I've heard in 30 plus years I've been playing. I'm going to give you a sad face. I feel bad for people that are especially working on their physical collections. This news was not a thing they wanted to wake up to today. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, try to get me to 300 likes on this live stream. This live stream is kind of cooking right now, but we're way off subject. So that's never good to have a title and a thumbnail and a description and to not even be talking about it at all. That's kind of like a bit of a YouTube faux pas. So help me out there with the like count, okay? Lono, I 100% agree with you. Just trying to bring up arguments for Sony. Would a judge or lawmakers just say, if you don't like the way Sony is handling games, don't buy the system? Right, but if somebody was putting poop in their food at their restaurant, you couldn't be like, hey, just don't eat there. That you literally have protection laws in place to protect consumers from bad practices. So sure, you could be like, yeah, just don't shop there. But homie, there's laws in place to protect us from bad business practice. Now, food is over or maybe more heavily regulated because of the health risk. It can actually hurt people or kill people, right? There's an enormous risk there. You're not going to die because they revoked your license to a game. But I'm giving you an extreme example to show there are literal laws in place to protect us from bad business practice. It's not like, yeah, just don't go eat at the poop sandwich shop. You know what I'm saying? McWaffle lives a comments here. He says, feels kind of scummy to sell the PS5 Pro disc drive at such a high price and then to do this. I agreed. 100% agreed. That's what I just eat around it. $2 super chat from Jay. Guys, make sure you're doing your renewals. Make sure you're doing your renewals and your gifteds and all of that. We're currently at, let me get the member goal up so you guys can see where we're sitting. This week's member stream with Madam will be Friday night instead of Saturday. Saturday's 4th of July, homies. I ain't going to be here, okay? I'm going to be having drinks poolside watching fireworks. So you guys can unlock the stream with Madam, but it will be Friday night. But I like the poop sandwich shop, says Wheezy. Darth Nihilus leaves a comment here and says, I don't have much stock in physical myself anymore, but this is a terrible choice. Game industry is imploding all around. I am the same. I'm the same. I am mostly digital now. I don't have a dog in that fight, but I do have a dog in the fight of the consumer. I don't like consumers losing choice. You guys know this is always a thing I drill down on. It's always a loss when consumers lose choice. It's never a good thing. Dre Gaming Nation renews their membership and gets us to 214. Currently, I owe 2 members to YouTube and 3 to Twitch. I'll do them when we get to the 5 bomb. So we're very close to another milestone of 225 where I will owe you guys another member. Metallica leaves a book here and says, "Do not like this. I purchased a disc drive to go with my PS5 Pro and I use it quite often. In addition to games, the Pro is quite literally the only thing I have to play DVDs and Blu-rays. Some of the older stuff I watch does not come in digital as of yet, so DVD or Blu-ray is all I have currently." This absolutely puts into question my purchase of a PS6 or a PS6 Pro when it comes, unless the PS5 disc drive works with the PS6 or the Pro, or they offer me a digital copy of my physical game for free. Also, storage rates are sky high now. So this is just wrong time in my opinion. I'm going to be holding on to my PS5 Pro as long as I can. The storage price angle is a huge thing to consider. We misspelled thing. That's a huge thing to consider, honestly. The rising cost of storage. A $5 super chat from Jimmy Max says, people said GTA 6 would usher in the end of physical media. I just didn't think Sony would move so quick. I will say another piece of the calculus here, is likely that they're trying to keep production costs down on the PS6, and this was something that they decided, like, listen, we are getting such a diminished amount of physical sales anyway, we got to pull the trigger on this, you know? We have got to pull the trigger on this because we're getting such a diminished amount of sales. And it's going to make the PlayStation 6 more expensive. I would not be surprised at all if trying to drive the cost of production of the PlayStation 6 down played a role here. Lunar Wing Cloud says, PlayStation 5 will be my last PlayStation console. The home console SKU likely is going to cost $1,000 based on Sony's own words about not wanting to take a loss. That's not what they said on reports on components. Again, you got to be careful who you watch. I knew people would start falsely reporting. They said they weren't going to take a loss. That is false reporting that you probably watched. A lot of bad actors and grifters out there that lie and misquote. They said they would not be willing to take a significant loss, and within the context of what they were saying, yeah, we take losses, but with prices continue to go up, we're not willing to take significant losses. Translation being, they're not going to take more losses with the rising costs. Their loss margin's going to stay the same, which means as the parts and the peripherals go up, you are still going to pay more even if they're taking a loss on the device. I wasn't sure if they had a hard stance not to bother with physical games. Lots of folks will feel this way. I think a lot of folks are going to feel this way. They're going to feel like, hey, I'm done. I'm not buying a PlayStation. This guy says, well, time to emulate the classics on my Retroid Pocket 4 Pro. I'm going to give you an LOL. The Cisco says, I'm going to go play Star Fox and pretend it's still 1997. Oh, that's sad. But it is a good time to game and feel like you're a kid again. Adventures of Elliot is such a classic Super Nintendo-style Zelda-adjacent game. I love it. I really, really do. It's so good. And definitely enjoying that. And then I'm going to be playing Star Fox. I feel like I'm literally in my parents' family room again playing games. Jez Corden saying, don't expect Helix to have a disc drive either. I wouldn't expect the Helix to even come to the market. I believe this is my last console. I plan to move off the grid after retirement, meaning having little to no internet. I was hoping to continue gaming, but it seems I will not be able to do it on the current trajectory. I will just work on my physical backlog. Physical collections both got more valuable, but also have an expiration date. Like, physical collections just got more valuable. Physical collections just got more valuable, but they also have an expiration date. Like, you're not going to be able to add anything more to it. Denver says, for me, it's less about having the disc than it is about being able to sell or buy reuse. The secondary market is good for budget gaming. Yep. Secondary market will shrink and die. It will. The secondary market will shrink and die because eventually you're not going to have anything. You're just going to have nothing but really, really old games over time. You know what I mean? Helix not making it to the market would be crazy. If you go back and watch my show open from today, I think I make a very good case that Microsoft right now is going to decide to kill the Helix. I think they decide to kill it. Microsoft is known for killing things. It's quite literally one of their favorite things to do. They love to kill things. It's like one of their hobbies. Some people go big game hunting, right? Microsoft just kills things. Like kill Mixer, kill Skype, kill Windows Phone, kill this, kill that, kill the third. I'm here to tell you, they're going to be looking at the numbers that PlayStation's looking at. PlayStation's trying to build a PlayStation 6, and they're looking at the rising costs. I don't think Asha Sharma mentioned the rising hardware costs by accident. I don't think she mentioned that by accident in the memo. She mentioned it because they're literally crunching the numbers and coming to the conclusion that it's a wasted effort. It's a wasted effort. They will 100% not make any money on it. They won't move enough units. They will have to charge such an exorbitant cost because they can't subsidize it. They will not be able to subsidize a Helix, which means they got to sell the Helix minimum at cost. I'm telling you, the Helix is literally on the table with everything else right now, and I think the guillotine falls on it. I don't think it comes to the market. That's what I think Microsoft's going to conclude. If nothing is safe, if studios aren't safe, if projects in production, if games in production aren't safe, then the Helix is the least safe thing of all. It's the least safe thing of all. It's not even software. It's hardware. The thing that Microsoft is not really into. I mean, it's just... And with the rising cost, they're going to murder it. I'm going to tell you that right now. That's my prediction. PlayStation 6 will be digital only. The disc drive will be sold separately for $8.99. Oof, I hope not. Last time I bought a disc was Destiny 1. It was a midnight release. If only midnight release was still a thing. A thing of the past now. It's a thing of the past now. Sean Torius leaves a comment and says, I'm honestly surprised they're going for it, and this might be the chance for the PS6 in 2028, and I will win my bet. Let's see. Quarter 4, 2028 for the PS6. That's what I think. Going digital while trying to break into developing countries, as they've said they want to. China is heavy PC and likely very digital. I don't think it's going to affect their attempt to growth in China. I don't think so. And I don't think people's expectations for the handheld will be to have physical media for it. I just don't think so. I think you're going into markets where gaming on the go and gaming on a mobile phone and all of that is extremely common. And I don't think they're going to think about ownership the way that we do. Guys, I'm going to put a link in chat. If you want to leave a comment on the video, I'm reading through the comments right now. I uploaded a video about this. Even you guys on Twitch can help out. Watch it, like it. If you watch on mobile, you can hit like, then hype, and then leave a comment. Jadek says, Colin demonstrates how easy it is to lose your PlayStation account and library, so Sony ends physical. They definitely need to protect our accounts better. They need to protect our accounts better. The thing that happened with Colin is crazy. Absolutely crazy what happened to him. Yeah, I think the PlayStation 6 is fourth quarter 2028. So will every game be digital on PlayStation in 2028, including third-party games like Capcom and Square Enix? The way the blog reads, yes. The way the blog reads, yes. You will not be able to buy physical versions of PlayStation games. And if you want my honest opinion on this, most of the publishers and developers don't give a frick about this. They're going to be like, yeah, that's fine. We're okay with that. They're going to be 100% okay with it. One of the reasons they're going to be okay with it is it's just less cost for them. Now, they're not going to be happy about the potential for less sales. Now, obviously, the publishers might look at this and say, hey, wait. We make a lot off of physical in certain markets. You're really going to hurt us. Like, if they go to their pie chart and they're like, 52% of our sales come from this market and they're really, really big on physical, this is really going to hurt us. There are going to be situations where it's damaging, but by and large, publishers are going to be like, this is great. This is less money. We don't have to buy the discs. We don't have to pay the production pipeline for them to be made and printed. Developers aren't going to be too much against it because developers don't have to worry about going gold. Liked, hyped, commented, watched. I'm doing my part. I didn't do it. Yeah, that's right. Thank you so much, Pastor. Al Pastor Taco. Hey. Viva Mexico. What a great game. Oh, it was so good. I was very happy that they won. I was very, very happy that they won. I'm licking my wounds, Netherlands losing, by cheering for the other teams I like, and Mexico was looking really good. Hellfire says, I'm torn over this. On one side, I have decent gaming PC, so I've been without a disc for about 10 plus years. But for my consoles, I've been physical. Don't call the cops. I feel we are going to lose a large part of what made the gaming industry what it is. The night launches, waiting in line for that hard copy where we're waiting months for. I think the culture largely moved on from a lot of that, to be fair. To Hellfire, to what you're saying, I think the gaming culture largely moved on from that. This is hot trash, agreed. They just did. I don't think a lot of folks are going to midnight releases and standing in line and anything like that. Like I'm not saying people don't do it. I'm just saying I think that has really, really become a thing of the past. And I'm not saying that that's a good thing or a bad thing. I just don't necessarily think it was happening that much anymore anyway. So, no football coming home. GameStop isn't doing so hot. Yeah, this is not good news for them. Sony is not doing two different pieces of hardware. My guess is this is a heavy hint. The PlayStation 6 is coming in 2028, and it will be undockable. Well, no, handheld in quarter 4, 2027, and the PS6 will be quarter 4, 2028. I think. That's what I think. I don't think it'll be dockable. No more midnight releases at GameStop. That stopped a while ago. For sure. I was mentioning it in the video just because, like, they were still doing it for some games to be fun, right? They were still doing it. It was really infrequent, but there were still some companies, there were still some times that they were definitely doing it. You need to work on punctuation. I will work on caring about that the same time I care what you think, which is probably going to be never. So that's probably not going to happen. Thomas Daly says, that's fine, Sony. No PS6 for me. If any series or franchise I like comes to the PlayStation 6, I'll watch it on YouTube like a movie. Your move, Nintendo. You can either save us again, like you did during the last video game crash, or if you do that, or if you do the same, then that's me done with gaming completely. I don't think Nintendo is gonna save us. I don't think Nintendo is gonna save us, bro. I think Nintendo likes this. Nintendo's gonna be like, oh, we can stop doing physical? That's great. Like, yeah, I wouldn't trust Nintendo to save us, boys. They probably think this is wonderful. What's that guy talking about? I'm typing with no punctuation. I'm sure all the people that read YouTube comments are like, I can't believe that YouTuber over there doesn't use punctuation. Like, get ready for an all-digital future, everyone. Yeah. Somebody dropped a video. Yeah, I dropped a video. Watch my video. You can watch my video. We don't need to talk about other people dropping videos. You're in my stream on my channel and can watch my video. It's kind of not in good taste to do that. There's a link right there. Watch my video. Leave a like and a comment. That's what I'm reading through right now. Wired Rope says, for all the Steam people that are going to cry about this, you better post pics of your used 2.5. Get 'em, Rope. Get 'em. Cat Uncle says, extremely disappointed about the news. I'll be skipping the PlayStation 6. I bought my games physical if it was an option. I even go through the hassle of importing games from Japan because they're still a big factor over there. Bad day for consumers regardless if you buy physical or not. Agreed. Brain chip implant consoles. Yeah, the PlayStation 7 is just going to be a brain chip. I mean, that's we know that's coming. If you guys are watching on YouTube, thank you so much for a massive turnout today. Go ahead and hit the like button. Listen, my opening monologue is about Xbox, but there was no way to not talk about the PlayStation no disc situation. There was just no way. This was an absolute bombshell, right? This was an absolute bombshell. John Linneman from Digital Foundry says, just imagine the excitement. $1,000 console, potentially, digital only, back compat for your discs. FU, slow release schedule, sure. Ultra extended cross-gen period, why not? What a great proposition. I bet it has AI features. Linneman's not happy. Leo Marl says, this is upsetting. I mostly buy my games on disc. Grabbed AC Shadows and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and others on PlayStation because of the disc versions. This just reaffirms my need to get a PC handheld. I guess I have to go with the times now. Just a sad day, the beginning of the end of physical on PlayStation. Why the jump to PC handheld? I don't actually understand the jump to PC handheld. I mean, PlayStation's going to have a handheld next year from what we're hearing. I'm not tracking with the logic there. What's a bigger bombshell? No PlayStation discs or Lucia's thighs? We'll need to get some measuring tape. Jiggery Pokery, that's a name. I'm PC now, so I will still buy PlayStation games for my PS5s, but just exclusives. If I care deeply about physical, I wouldn't use Steam. I think that's fair. Air Drymire. Oh, Air Drymire. You've not been Drymore. Air Drymore. Air Drymore. That's the name. PS5 will be my last Sony console. I have over 200 PS5 games in my backlog, all on disc. That should keep me busy for a while. Many are expressing this sentiment. There's a lot of people expressing that sentiment. They're like, well, that's it. That's it for me. I'm done. I'm not going to buy the next console. Louis, Mr. Louis Love, Second Love says, I've been 95% digital for years now, and I understand the business and the ecological decision of wasting money or making landfill fodder of unsold discs. But I do wish consumer protections were in place to preserve individual ownership. Buying a game digitally should mean it isn't able to be taken from the owner, and games should be preserved past the initial release window lifecycle. Yes, digital should be protected if it is all we have. If it's all we have, then it should be protected. Lono, have you checked the price of your memories back then versus today? Would you have to get extra locks on your doors? Lono, if you checked the price of your memories back then versus today, would you have to get extra locks on your doors? Gone Kid, I'm going to say this, and I think you need to be sitting down when I say this, okay? I don't think you're okay. I think you're having a stroke, okay? You should call 911. I think you might be dying. I don't understand what in the world that was. Jack Garland says, between Steam and smaller games never put to disc, it makes me realize that creating a disc for games was never an entitlement. It was a choice publishers made. It's a shame that they're backing away from that choice, but it always was just that, a choice. Agreed. I don't like the lack of choice. Okay? I don't like the lack of choice. It doesn't affect me. I've been digital only for a really long time. But again, you guys know me. Anytime the consumer loses choice, I get irritated. I'm like, no, that's bad for the market. It's bad for all of us. Discord muted? Wow, this entire time. Absolutely spectacular, Discord. Guys, really quickly, if you are currently watching my stream on YouTube, take a quick second and hit that like button, okay? Then click the link in chat and go watch my video about this. Hit like, hype, and leave a comment. I'm reading through the comments right now. Keep up the good work, my man, says Hissing Badger. TY, I appreciate it. PC Master Race, haha, says Striker Dragoon. Never cared for discs, so it's basically going the way of Steam. It is, but I don't like the lack of choice for the consumer. Like, I don't feel like Steam came in and removed choice, right? Steam just became so dominant that it became the de facto. PlayStation is removing choice. Do you see the difference? Like, for a while there, you could still go. I remember you could go to the store and buy PC versions of games. I remember doing it. The companies decided to stop doing it because it wasn't worth it. This is PlayStation removing choice, and that's why I don't like it. Edward Hull says, I wonder how the market will react to this. It's certainly not going to be pretty. Sony could have put themselves in a very sticky situation with this terrible mistake. As someone who buys digital but also physical, it makes me sad to see us losing consumer autonomy over our game purchases. I can only hope that digital consumer protection laws get put into place in the future to protect our digital purchases and our rights to access them. Protections are 100% needed. Protections are 100% needed. They are. That is undeniable at this point. If you're not going to protect us, then it's, we're basically staring down the barrel of the companies owning all of everything and having all the cards. $5 from Charles Hawk. Helix is done. Microsoft has a 2.5 kill death ratio. They do. Microsoft's KDR is really, really high. Very strong. Creature says Steam stopped doing it because it wasn't worth it. PlayStation stopped doing it because it's not worth it. How are they different again? Because Steam wasn't selling you a box with a drive in it and discs and the ability to have a library. Steam never did that. It's not equivalent. Steam never convinced you to buy a console with a disc drive and to buy games on disc and to grow a library on disc. Steam never did that. PlayStation did that. For how long now? What, for decades? They've basically been like, here, buy the box, buy the disc, buy the box, buy the disc. And now they're like, yeah, all those discs, sorry, yeah, they're worthless going forward. Like, PlayStation created this walled garden, this ecosystem, this buy our box, make a library. That's my frustration with it. It's like, I'm not affected by this. I'm not. But it's like you're taking choice from people after they spent all these years buying physical. What's KDR? Kill death ratio. Like when he's making a joke. Like when you have a 2.0 KD in a video game, it means you're killing 2 people for every 1 time that you die. If you have a 1, no, I'm not going to keep explaining it. You know what I'm talking about. That's your name. I won't buy a PlayStation 6. This industry can crash and burn. I'm going to give you a yikes. That's a little bit of a strong response. I'm going to give you a yike. One yike. DJ says, as they announce the PS3 and Vita store closures, those are store closures, not libraries going away. Yeah, those are store closures. Your libraries are still good. Great vid as always. I usually buy a mix, says Destruction. This is my man Lazaro. I usually pick up exclusives in physical. Guess that's done. Sad face. Sad face. Stoffinator says, Sony just deleted over 500 movies on the PS3 store that people bought. Not just close the store, but you can't even re-download them. This is the future of all digital purchases set. Movies and games aren't equal. The movie situation is more risky due to licenses expiring for Sony. Like, a license expires for Sony, that's the issue that you're facing. Like, that's not the same as games. I understand the concern, but they're not equivalent. Mile High says, I picked up a 2K game for $15, the disc version at Walmart, while the digital was full priced. Since my purchase of the game has not gone on sale because the newer year is out. They won't discount because they want to drive sales to the current year. I would have skipped this game entirely. Looks like the opportunity for this sort of buyer empowerment is going away. Secondary market is dying because of this. For sure. I can't spell. My daughter makes fun of me and says I have like a 60% typing ratio. Like I have to hit backspace so much. Again, Lono, racing games have licensed cars and music, and when they expire, the game gets removed. Okay, so there are games where that is equivalent, but games are not equivalent to movies. You're not necessarily falsifying what I said. Games are not equivalent to movies. There is always a license that can expire with a movie or music. Always. It's always there. That's not true with games. A very, very small percentage of games can have that situation happen. So, again, this is where protections need to be put into place. Consumers need to be protected. Like, listen, you losing the license doesn't mean I should lose what I purchased. That's between you and the rights holder. That has nothing to do with me. Like, your pushback is fair, but like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, in both instances, we should be protected. If I go and buy a movie from Amazon, and a year later, they got into a license dispute with the holder and they lose the license, that doesn't have crap to do with me. That has nothing to do with me. I bought it. I bought it from you. That would be like going to Target, buying a movie, bringing it home, and then a year later, Target shows up at your house and kicks the door in Gestapo style and takes the movie back and is like, sorry, we no longer have the license. Like, what the frick? That's between you and the license holder. That has nothing to do with me. That has nothing to do with me. If I buy the movie, that's it. That's the end of the transaction. You and I don't have to talk anymore. That's it. Deal's done. That's how that should work. The government should be stepping in and saying, no, once a digital purchase has been completed, you can't go back and take it from the consumer just because you get into a license dispute or the license expires with the rights holder. That's ridiculous. It has nothing to do with the consumer at that point in time. You buy the license to use, not to distribute. I think you should buy the product. I don't think we should be buying licenses. Jimmy Mack with a $5 super chat. We are in such a weird time in gaming. We are getting a ton of great games in 2026, but the entire market around games is changing for the worst. Yeah, it's like Schrodinger's year. It's like it's both the greatest year in gaming and the worst at the same time. Alexander Smith, this is probably the most times in a year people have said Schrodinger as well. Like, that guy is really he's getting a comeback. You know what I mean? Schrodinger's really having a comeback for his stupid idea that a cat is both simultaneously alive and dead in the box until you open the box, which is philosophically bankrupt, you know, because there are properties of existence that are purely true and evidential. They don't need to be discovered to be true, but whatever. Sorry, it looks like Stop Killing Games is taking a foothold. The future is game rentals. Oh, gosh, that sounds terrible. Alexander Smith says, wait, what? That's truly saddening. Opening a fresh jewel case was one of the highlights of childhood. Excuse me. And early adulthood. Oh, glad we get a few more years at least. Not shocked, but PlayStation 6 now officially marks the first digital-only console. It does. It does. Excuse me. Do you think sports games will suffer more for license agreements and league agreements? Yeah, I mean, sports games and car games are probably the most risky purchases right now because in 3 years they could get into a dispute with the NFL or something, and then it's like, well, yeah, now you can't play your game, and that's BS, I think. I don't think they should be allowed to do that. When you buy digital, you own nothing. Not true. I still buy physical disc knowing the fact that I own it. This will drive the physical games to be more expensive, and if your digital game disappears when people start pirating somewhere else, if buying isn't owning, then pirating isn't stealing. I'm so sick of that freaking diatribe. Digital is a form of ownership. It just can be revoked. Right? Like, you can own something that can also be revoked. And you're like, what, you don't actually own it if it can be revoked. Okay, I mean, we could get into a philosophical dispute about defining ownership, sure. I guess I would have to agree that you don't fully own it if it can be revoked. But you do own it. Like, them revoking it requires an act on their part, which means up until that point in time, it is yours. The act of them revoking it should be blocked apart from, like, severe instances like cheating in a video game or something. Does that make sense? You can own physical and someone can steal it. That's true. I mean, I guess physical property can be stolen. That doesn't refute your ownership of it. Yeah, I guess that's true. Again, my frustration with this is it's like, no, we do own it. We own the license. And the problem is it's not the ownership, it's the license itself. You're holding something that can be revoked. There is a level of ownership. The problem is the ownership is dependent upon them not revoking it. And that's what needs to change. That's what needs to change. Like, it's not in Steam's interest or PlayStation's interest to just randomly revoke your access to games. It's not in their interest to do that because, listen, there is, I think, a silver lining here where them doing this really makes grounds for us to be better protected because it's like, listen, if we're only able to buy digital, then we need to be protected against ownership being taken away. Does that make sense? Like, they're giving more cause for consumer protections by doing this. I hope they realize that. They're giving far more cause for consumer protections now. Because more and more people are gonna wake up to the fact that, like, now wait a minute, we're not actually buying the game. We're buying a license. And yes, we own the license, but if the license can be revoked at any time, that ownership is pretty thin. I don't know how much that is. That's 200 something. Let me Google this. What is that? That is 200 Indian rupees. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. The tiny PlayStation markets, like India, might just vanish for PlayStation 6. Yeah, I was thinking about that, Samir. There are literal markets where physical is most of the purchases. Now, some of that's due to infrastructure, like it's just easier for them to do the physical disc than to try to download some big game. So there will be certain markets that basically are just like, yeah, we can't really do that. If you don't have physical, we're out. Silver Subaru says, I hope that a third-party company could step in and make or convert digital games to a disc version for those who want it. Probably legal issues with that. I would imagine there's going to be legal issues with that. There's also no guarantee you're going to be able to play physical games on your PlayStation 6. There's no guarantee that you're going to be able to do that. Right? So yeah, I mean, a company could crop up. There'd probably be legal reasons with them basically creating physical versions and then selling them to you, because they'd have to buy that digital and then they'd have to make a physical version. And I don't know how they would make the physical version to even interface with the PlayStation 6, because if the PlayStation 6 doesn't have a drive, or if there's if there's literally no like there's got to be like some kind of proprietary software that would be required for the PlayStation 6 to even interact with those discs. If they're not making discs anymore, then that probably wouldn't exist, and you wouldn't be able to get your hands on it. It's $1,000 for the PlayStation 6. No, I don't think so. I think those predictions are gonna ring hollow. People are misrepresenting what was said about the not wanting to take significant losses, and they're jumping to conclusions. I think they're doing that because a lot of it's being driven. A lot of the PlayStation 6 being $1,000 is being driven by people that don't want to really talk about the Steam machine being overpriced. I don't know. There's a pretty congruent Venn diagram of people who are out here really, really pushing for, PlayStation's not going to sell the PlayStation 6 at a loss. That's a lie. That's not what they said, so they're misleading you. They're also being like, it's going to be $1,000, it's going to be $1,300. They conveniently don't really probably want to talk about the Steam machine. I think a lot of this information is coming from people that are saying it in bad faith. So they can sell at a loss, and they have other pieces and parts they can move to make up losses. They're not going to weather every loss and every rising cost of hardware, but they're not going to be like, yep, here's the PlayStation 6 for $1,300. That there is not, if that is a world that we end up living in, I will genuinely believe that we jumped into another timeline. I'll be like, this is not freaking possible. So it's $970 for the components today. The price is only going up. Hate to say it, but $1,000 is very much possible. I think they're locking prices in. And getting contracts now, and I think it's going to be around $800. They'll sell it at cost. No, that doesn't make an ounce of sense. There's not a business impetus for them to sell it at cost. They're going to continue to sell it at a loss, but they won't. You have to understand something. If I'm going to make something for you, and it costs me, let's say it costs me $1,000 to make it, and I'm going to sell it to you at a loss, and I'm willing to take a 10% hit. So I'll sell it to you for $900, okay? If my operational costs and product costs and pieces and all that go up, okay? If they go up, then I'm still going to give you the 10% loss, but your price still goes up. Does that make sense? The PlayStation 6 will not in any form be cheaper than the Pro. That's laughable. I think your prediction's laughable. We're at a standstill. I think what you're saying is laughable. They're not going to charge more than the Pro unless they absolutely have to. The Pro will be phased out. They 100% need mass market appeal. They're going to make more PlayStation 6s than they made PlayStation 5 Pros. You've not thought about the calculus here. The Pro has gone up in price to a degree that seems absurd, largely because they're making such a smaller amount of them. They'll make way more PlayStation 6s than they're going to make Pros, which means your scale price gets better. They also need mass market adoption of the PlayStation 6. They didn't need that for the Pro. The Pro is a niche item. So the Pro doesn't need to be cheaper than the 6. You're thinking about this upside down. Street Shadow with a $20 super chat. There's so much I want to say here, but the argument of the digital price going up needs nuance. I think you will most likely see prices not jump faster. Example, Nintendo raised price on physical versus lowering the price of the digital. The Pro is a low-volume enthusiast system. That's what I mean. There's a lot of terrible comparisons and terrible calculus out here that's pushing forward this notion that, like, well, the PlayStation 6 will never be cheaper than the Pro. Yes, it will, if they can. Now, obviously, if the market makes that impossible, but their target was to make it cheaper than the Pro. Homie, look at the pre-market inflation costs of the 6. The pieces were going to cost them $760. They were clearly targeting a price below the Pro. They were, because they were going to subsidize. I think their target price was like $600, $550 or $600. If their cost of parts was $760 and they subsidized that, they were going to subsidize that down to, I bet, about $600, which means they were targeting, in the initial scheme and the initial plan of the PlayStation 6, they were targeting a price below the Pro. They were. We know the numbers. We have the data. If they were targeting a price below the Pro, it's because they're ordering more pieces, they're making it at scale, and they're going to subsidize, and they need mass market adoption. The Pro was never intended to be that. It was never intended to be a mass market adopted device. But the hardware will be higher than the Pro, so it will cost around the current price. I think they'll be more willing to subsidize it than the Pro. You know, the only reason Lono didn't sue Destiny and get into court with them is because they would bully him out of the court by outspending him. Lono would have won the lawsuit against Destiny in the long run. I don't think so, because they could just claim in their legalese and their TOS that they can revoke the license anytime that they want. They could claim brand damage. Like, they could claim anything. I don't feel confident drawing any lines in the sand right now. I'll just say I hope for the best, expect the worst. People don't understand that this is the nail in the coffin for game stores and their staff. If Xbox follows suit, which they will with their new project, it's GG's. Yeah, we already talked about that. I don't even think the Helix comes to the market. I just don't think that it does. Citizen JV leaves a comment here and says, this decision has far-reaching implications, not just for Sony, but for the entire gaming community, as it signals a shift away from physical discs and towards digital ownership, which may affect the longevity of digital libraries, the preservation of games, and the impact on collectors or physical copies as part of their gaming heritage, while also challenging developers and publishers to re-examine their distribution strategies in a world where digital sales and the expectations of their audience may be evolving. Consumers shifted to digital and it is cheaper. So most publishers will like this. I actually think most of the publishers are going to like this. My opinion from Damien here says is that it has always been heading this way. We now live in a digital age. Those blasts from the past are just that and not much else. We've been through these with cassette tapes and then with DVD and CDs. Life moves on and it won't stop for everyone. I remember my cassettes. Oops. Oh, man. I remember my cassettes. There's like no way to even engage with that stuff anymore. Prudy, using their Prime sub over there on Purple. Thanks for 23 months. We are a 10 gifted bomb away from 225. Purple, I think I owe you guys 3. YouTube, I owe you 2. Who's going to steal this next milestone? Street Shadow says, the Pro and the PlayStation 6 have 2 different goals. The Pro is not meant to be the main entry point. A better trend for price is what the PS5 price is around, because you need to subsidize more to hit the masses. I've been trying to say that. I think many people are making bad predictions. I think, again, a lot of it is driven by they want to be dooming about the PlayStation because they don't want to talk about the Steam Machine price. So they're basically doing red herring. And they're like, yeah, well, the PlayStation 6 is going to be $1,300. And it's like, they are not the same. You will learn that when it comes out. Furious Pickle says, because I spent this gen and last gen trading consoles so much, I switched to digital to avoid buying the games over and over. That said, though, definitely not a fan of removing people's choices. Sad times. Agreed. I switched to digital, but I don't like seeing this happen. Right after they announced removing all those movies, also, isn't Sony one of those companies that just deleted purchased games off on their game store? Which games? Well, I don't know what games he's talking about. They deleted games from people? I mean, I know the movie thing happened. Didn't they plainly say they weren't subsidizing? You've been here for the duration of this morning, and so what you're doing right now is you're obviously acting in bad faith. I said multiple times this morning that they did not say that. They said they would not take significant losses. So now you're asking a question that's been answered probably 5 times in the last 30 minutes because you're just trying to bait, and so you're done here. Yo, what's good, Doctavius? How are you? Rise Jones says, chat, stop being rude. Lono is having a great hair day and nobody said anything. Wait, is that true? How am I looking today? Yeah, what the frick, y'all? Not a single comment? I've been live for an hour and a half. And the only person willing to tell me that I'm looking good is Rise Jones. Y'all are gay. I'm kidding. It's that you're not gay enough. You have hair for radio? What? Shut up, Ro. You have a face for a corpse. Job said the silver lining is that Sony is the market leader. Because of this, you can have faith in their storefront. It would be much more wary about digital gaming purchases. I would be much more wary about digital gaming purchases from Microsoft, especially since they might sell off Xbox. Microsoft screwed over PC users many years ago when they shut down games for Windows Live. This is a fair point, right? This is actually a fair point, truth be told, because nobody really balks at buying digital from Steam. Why? Because Steam is so strong. They're like, yeah, Steam's going to be around. Steam's not going anywhere. A $5 super chat from Sora is King says, do you think physical games will be more rare after 2028? Most of my PS5, PS4 collection is physical and got a new digital. Sora, listen to me. Do I think physical games will be more rare after 2028? That's like asking me, will the ground be wet after a rainstorm, brother? Yes, I appreciate the super chat. Nice haircut. That's more like it, Sora. If you're going to use your money, use it to compliment me and inflate my ego. Don't ask a question so obvious. Brother, yes, the de facto console, the industry leader, is like, we're not making discs anymore. There'll be less discs. Yeah, a lot less, brother. I mean, I'm sorry for those of you that don't want to hear this. That is where we're headed. Rise Jones says, lock in, chat. Y'all are slacking. Yeah, what's going on here? Whichever platform does a 10 bomb, I'm just going to bump up your gifted. All right? Whoever does it first, whether it's Twitch or YouTube, whoever gets us to that 225, I'm going to do a 5 bomb. Because right now I would only owe Twitch 4 and I would owe YouTube 3. I'm going to inflate what I owe you. It's a race. Whoever does it first. L Mash Heavy says, no more new PlayStation games for me after 2028. A lot of comments like this. Whole lot of comments like that. A lot of people. And Kardoc Ren secures it for purple. Boom. And I owe a 5 bomb to purple. You're too slow, YouTube. Here we go. Boom. Bonus member for the Twitch boys. Reforge has some great coffee for those of you that are sleeping. Yeah, if you guys are looking for another way to support what I do, you can go to reforgeroast.com or you can use the coffee command in chat. That is a great way to support what I do. The coffee is reasonably priced in light of everything going on in the world. Like, it's cheaper than most of the coffee you can buy at the store right now, and my wife and kiddos will ship it to you with little thank you notes. You're basically supporting a small business when you do that. I won't even license a PS6 neither. Yes, Jeb says, I prefer digital because convenience. When I buy discs, they are usually secondhand and a very good price. I'll miss the secondhand prices. Secondhand market is dead after this. It's dead after this, dude. Better not get your PSN account banned or hacked or wish your library bye-bye. Exactly. Arrogant PlayStation is back. Digital only $80 games. No thanks. I'll just say oof. I don't know what to say to that. Yeah, that's bad. Did you hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability. That is the sound of your death. Inevitable. I can't spell. Why did I hit the caps lock? Whoops. Inevitable. Insane. Indeed. We got a comment here from Severin Evans saying, as a PC gamer primarily, I always gave consoles one edge, being physical media. If that's no longer there, I can be all digital on my PC with my library there already. This sucks. Honestly, I agree with you. Skeletor's voice. We're completely effed. Gonna give you an LOL on that one. Doom says, thanks for the video, Reforged. So will I still be able to play the current physical games I own on my PS5 when this starts in January 2028? On your PS5, yes. PS6, that is an unknown right now. I don't know. On your PS5, yes. On a PS6, that's an unknown. We have no idea. You know what I mean? Like, well, maybe not. Where I live, you can only buy digital PS5. PS4 disc drives don't work as they need a new motherboard. It's all about controlling the user. They cannot track you if you play with a physical disc. Next, it'll be cloud-only subscription. I don't see cloud ever being the main offering. I just don't see that. I don't think the infrastructure is there. I don't think cloud will ever be the main offering. I just don't think so. GOG does it right. They give you offline installers with your purchases, true digital ownership. And MTO says, Sony doesn't care about physical preservation. It's clear they are tone deaf this generation between the lack of retro game support, terrible decisions with the games of service, and now this is not relevant. This is by far the least appealing Sony to lots of gaming. Terrible decision by Sony as per the norm. I don't agree with this is per the norm terrible decision making. I feel like this gen has been way more good than the bad. We need digital preservation protection, and this goes from a 10 to a 5. Like, this goes from a 10 to a 5. Like, yeah, it'd still suck, but if we have digital preservation and digital protection, then this is not nearly as dire as many people are feeling. I think you're right to feel, irritated, upset, bothered. That's all fine. That's all well and good. But I don't necessarily think that, like, if we were protected and if we had some level of digital preservation, then I think the entire optics on this changes a bit. The problem is right now that the balance is not in our favor. The power is imbalanced. The power is imbalanced. It's like, yeah, it's not difficult to buy digital. It's not like there's a barrier between you and buying digital copies of games. The issue is that there's no protections or no efforts for preservation. If there's efforts for digital preservation, then this is still a bad thing. But like, digital preservation would be a good thing. That would be a net benefit for all of us. In the same way that I can watch television programs that were on the air before I was alive. I can watch old black and white TV shows that were on TV before I was alive. If we have digital preservation of games so that my grandchildren can play Ghosts of Tsushima, then great. Great. That's the second thing that needs to happen here. If that doesn't happen here, then it's, yes, you're gonna literally have games that get lost to the corners of time because it's like, well, yeah, that there's no way to play that any longer. That's already an issue with Atari, Coleco, and the cartridge age. It's like that entire age of time, you cannot play those games unless they've been digitally preserved in some way. I mean, my dad has a working Coleco, but like the number of working Colecos in the world probably doesn't total more than 1,000 Colecos across the entire globe. Working Ataris, working Colecos, every Nintendo generation, actual working versions of those consoles is probably shrinking every year because they just break down. Did you see the new Sekiro anime trailer? I saw screenshots, but I didn't watch it. I'm very excited to watch that, by the way. Hesitation is defeat. Casualties of Gaming says, these companies have wanted to eliminate the used market for ages since rental became a thing. It's finally happening. I assume the PS5 disk drive will work with the PS6. No reason to have a PS6 disk drive. The hope is that the PS6 can play discs in some way. I mean, that's the hope for people with a PS5 physical library. Like, if you have a PS5 physical library and you get yourself a PlayStation 6, like, you're going to be absolutely screwed if it doesn't have the ability to interact with discs. This is how you share your games on PS4. Man, that aged really well. Oh, that's an oof, isn't it? And who's to blame, says Chatoak. All those gamers buying digital only. Why produce discs when the majority of customers won't touch it with a 10-foot pole? Fair. To be honest, that's fair. We all went digital. It's okay when Rockstar does it. Kind of true, to be fair. Sony, you had me at the PlayStation 1 all the way until January of 2028. This is what will force me out of console gaming to PC. It was fun while it lasted. Does anybody want to tell him? Oops, sorry. Does anybody want to tell Chester? Homie, it's digital only on PC too, bro. Like, listen. Like, I know people are upset. I know you're upset. But some of you guys are like, well, screw this. If you're going to go digital only, I'm going to go somewhere else that's digital only. Like, come on, man. Like, I guess if you're going to go GOG exclusively, but if you go to the PC and you go to Steam, you're not really changing the situation, my friend. I understand the frustration. PC is almost entirely digital, though. You know, like, he thought he cooked. I'm surprised it's taken this long to happen, says Mick Pratt. Most other entertainment media went digital years ago. It's more cost effective. GameStop will be the new blockbuster. Hate to see it for GameStop. I like going with my kiddos. I hate to see it for GameStop. I like going to GameStop with my kiddos. They like going there. What's going on, YouTube? Post the comment. What is this? Is this too hard? Is it too difficult? Do it. Post it. Cash28 says, I don't buy games physical anymore. I haven't in years, but this does still hurt because I buy movies physical. I guess I'm going to have to hold on to my PS5 for movies only after I get the PS6. I have to use a Blu-ray player because the PS5 caps the volume on movies, and I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I don't know what it is. When I watch movies through the Xbox Series X or the PlayStation, they like cap the volume. Like, I turn the TV up to a certain number and it just stops getting louder. It drives me freaking crazy. Less options is never a good thing, says Zinthos. I'm fully digital, but I don't enjoy seeing the physical homies having it rough out here. Wonder what this implies for the PS6. Same. I'm the same, Zinthos. You know, I'm digital, but that doesn't mean I like people having their options taken. They just want nobody to own anything anymore. I always collected discs and special editions and collector's editions. It's the same thing with movies. You don't own them anymore either, but that will not stop me from buying a PS6. And then when they want full price for games and movies after they're digital, I feel like they should lower the price since you have to do the manufacturing to mass produce them. It would be nice if this pushed prices down, but I don't see it happening. It would be nice. It would be nice. You missed his point by a mile. What point did we miss? I'm not sure what you're referring to. And you could feel free to enlighten us. GTA 6 in the current economic climate is the exact scenario they needed to take the last few steps in removing physical media from the equation. This way, if they do a short run on physical, they can charge a premium. I doubt they even do that, brother. I doubt they even do a short run on physical. Well, at least their boots got good spit shine today, thanks. I was critical in this video. Thanks for admitting you didn't watch it. I was critical in the video. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this person right here, you literally just admitted you didn't watch the video. You probably watch clips of my content in somebody else's channel, and you come and click on the video and don't watch it. It's not even that long. It's 9 minutes. It's a 9-minute video, and this is why we should be able to see how much of the video people have watched when they leave a comment, because this guy's would be 2 seconds. I'm critical throughout the entire video. I even talk about how, like, listen, I've been digital for a long time, but this is bad. This is loss of choice for the consumer. $10 super chat from Street Shadow says, this frustrates me to no end. Sony doesn't set the price for games. They don't publish. Rockstar set that price. Also, I'm a collector. I don't like this, but you can't ignore the data. That was bait. I mean, maybe. The title of even the title isn't positive. What did I don't even remember what I made the title. The title is, it's official. Sony is ending PlayStation discs forever. There's nothing positive about this at all. Saying it's a spit shine like I'm bootlegging or something. I mean, I don't know. You seem like a knuckle dragger. Like you're too dumb to even be on the internet. Bakoy says, as a PC player, I'm glad this is happening. We've been living in the future for decades. You're glad this is happening. Why does this make you glad? I don't understand the position. Why would that matter to you? If you're on PC, why would you be glad this is happening? Like, if you're digital only, okay, cool. But why would it make you glad? You know what I mean? I just thought shutting down the PS3 store and announcing digital only from 2028 is crazy in one announcement, so contradicting. They're not contradicting at all. A storefront does not mean you lose access to your games. If you have a PlayStation 3, which who does right now, a working PlayStation 3, you can't go to that store and buy stuff anymore. Or a Vita. That doesn't mean you lose access to your digital library. Like you're equating things that aren't equal. You do good work over here, Lona, but you're probably going to need to rename the stream today. No, what we'll do is we'll timestamp it, because the opening to the show is what I wanted to talk about with Xbox. You know what I mean? People couldn't even watch a 9-minute video. We could honestly maybe even edit the VOD. We could edit the VOD, chop off the opening, and then literally just label it something like, you know, PlayStation whatever discussion. We might end up doing that. We almost never edit the VODs. We almost never do it. And then we could take the show open and upload it as its own thing. We could do that. I've almost never done this in the history of live streaming on YouTube. I've almost never been like, here's the show open. We're going to spend the next 2 hours talking about something completely different. Like, I couldn't stop the train. I'd already scheduled the stream. I already wrote the script, the title, the description, the thumbnail. It was all up and ready to go. And then this dropped after I set the stream up. So I quickly recorded a video so I could cover both. Lona, what's bad about it? Take ownership away from you. PlayStation can take away games from you like they took movies from us. They can, but I doubt that they will, because the movie thing is separate and completely different. Stop Killing Games Initiative needs this win more than ever. I think most people don't mind, but they mind having ownership and preservation. We also need digital refunds on consoles. I think we need both. I'm a digital guy anyway. Seems weird to not have physical media, though. Same. Yep, I'm the same. All right, let's see here. We'll go to Held. Once I'm done with GTA 6. Oh, gosh, I'm not publishing that. Doesn't make it right. Okay, he's saying be a sheep. Okay, we're going to show hidden comments. What are people saying here? You're just pulling down your pants and offering no resistance. What a miserable excuse for a man. You think it stops here? Yeah, you're just going to get hidden on the channel. I literally am saying that we should fight back. You're not even watching the stream or watching the video if you think I'm just taking this. I'm literally saying we should fight. Once again, some of you guys are literally some of the dumbest people I've ever had to even know exist. Like, I read your comments and I'm like, I don't know. How do you even get to work every day? How do you pay your bills being that stupid? I don't know how you exist at such low levels of intelligence. It's remarkable. Literal video being critical of it, literal live stream saying we should fight back for protections, and they're literally in the comments drooling on themselves, being like, "You put your pony, I was told your pony." It's like, I really feel bad for anybody who has to be in your physical, presence, because you probably smell as bad as your ideas. Jiminy Christmas. As a PC player, I'm glad this is happening. We've been living in the future for decades. Wait, I don't know why this is here. I already replied to it. Stop killing game. I already replied to that. Oh, we're just getting a little bit of a lag on the server side, I guess. I'm sorry, but you lost me at the word preservation. Enjoy the games, but your interest in the industry sounds like BS. Digital preservation is important. Why is it not? Like, why is it not? Digital preservation is important. You know what I mean? The guy was responding to the other comment, not you. It said Reforged Gaming in his reply, did it not? Either way, he's talking to somebody on the channel. I'm not going to let somebody talk to somebody like that on the channel. The other guy's comments were saying that, but the one guy, he was literally being nasty. I don't want somebody like that on the channel. Will there be backwards compatibility for PS5 and PS4 games, by the way, or do we just say no to that too? Embarrassing by Sony. PS5 physical. Oops, I can't type. How do you spell Jeopardy? I always misspell it. It's Jeopardy. I always want to spell it with the A at the beginning. Physical libraries are in jeopardy. 100%. 100%. If you have a PlayStation 5 digital physical library right now, it's in jeopardy. Like, I always want to spell Jeopardy J-E-A. I always want to swap the A and the O. Like J-Porty instead of J-O-Party. A 10-pound from SDO. I played every PlayStation console. I believe the PlayStation 6 is missing their core fan base. Needs if it doesn't support discs or PSVR 2 support. It's not fair to restrict the old discs. I don't mind new games going digital. Well, like, yeah, okay. So at one level, I do want to say this. Companies are well within their rights to be like, we're doing digital only. Like, if they feel like it's cheaper and better for them to do digital only, okay, fine. You can do that with your game. It's yours. It's your product. It's yours. We don't have the right to tell you what to do with your stuff, right? The issue I have is consumer choice being taken away, and all those people who invested in a physical PlayStation 5 library. That's my issue with it. Is like, okay, yeah, you if you want to make your game digital only, that's your choice. It's your game. I don't think we should be able to dictate to these companies how they ship their games. But like, taking the choice away as the platform that all these years has been allowing and encouraging and selling people on the idea of building a library, it's like, that's my frustration with it. You can do whatever you want with your game. If some little studio came out and said, listen, we crunched the numbers and the only way we can conceivably launch this game is digital only. I mean, like, I don't know, the ocean of games that launch on Steam and nowhere else. They're digital only, right? So, you're well within your right to do that with your property. But when consumers lose choice altogether on a platform that has been having people build physical libraries, you sold them disk drives for their PlayStation 5s and PlayStation 5 Pros, and then all of a sudden, they're not going to be able to potentially use those in the future, I have a problem with. It's like, well, yeah, if I buy into the PlayStation 6, that physical library is a ticking time bomb. At any point in time, my drive could stop working for my PlayStation 5 or my Pro. You replied to my reply. I love you, but I'm not going to go and find that. Limited run games is going to get so much more traffic from 2028 and on. How? No. You're jumping to conclusions, and you need to be careful about that. If PlayStation going forward is not releasing physical versions of their games, and they don't want physical versions of games for their platform, There's nowhere for limited run games to go. There won't be a market for physical, because what are you going to do with, number one, there won't be an infrastructure for it. It's not like they can be like, oh, we'll run some limited run physical. No. Sony's literally saying, no, future PlayStation games are not going to be physical. Meaning that the future PlayStation platform likely will not have a way to interface with physical. So what are you going to go and buy? What are you going to do with the disc? Do you understand? You got to be careful. You're jumping to conclusions, and part of this isn't your fault. There is so much within sort of your schema and your worldview that's assumed that's getting shattered by this. You're like, oh, no, yeah, we'll just have to go somewhere else to get the physical. No. Hold on now. Where are you going to put the disc, brother? Where are you going to put the disc? Who's going to make the disc? You see? I get it. You're just assuming certain things are going to stay in place. No. This is a seismic change. PlayStation, as the lead console that uses a disc, they're walking out and saying, no more discs going forward. Like, you see? So, like, I understand the presumptions and the assumptions. That's not your fault. There's so much affected by this. It's kind of like when people ask me, like, hey, Lono, what games are you looking forward to this year? There's so many games, I forget to list some of them, right? In a similar way, there's so many things affected by this, you can't possibly even grapple with it right now. You're like, well, I guess I'll just go buy physical somewhere else. I'll give you an example. My son the other day was saying, oh, thank you, Soy Pogger, for the $3 super chat. I didn't see that. The Reapers finally come for the PS3 homies. Thank you for that super chat, Soy Pogger. So my son says, I would love it if there was a zombie apocalypse. And I was like, what? I was like, why? He's like, because I could go to the store and I could get any of the toys I want. And I was like, brother, do you understand? I was like, that the entire aspect of civilization would crumble, and water wouldn't be safe to drink, electricity would no longer be accessible, we'd always be in danger of dying. All of that would crumble, but you could go to the store and get some toys. And I'm like, you're only thinking about one, you're only thinking about one part of this. Like, a zombie apocalypse would be terrible. So, like, right now you're thinking, oh, there's only one aspect of this. PlayStation's no longer going to offer physical. I'll just go somewhere else. No, PlayStation's literally saying, no, this is apocalyptic. Like, this is the end of physical as we know it within discs. Let the kid dream. If there's one thing I don't let my kids do, I don't let them get doe-eyed and dreamy about stuff that is this delusional. Okay, they know. So, like, he was only fixating on one aspect of, like, well, if there's a zombie apocalypse, I can go get the toys at the store. If you're only fixating on one aspect of this, you're like, oh, but PlayStation's no longer making discs. No. You got to look at the whole picture. There are far-reaching ramifications of what they've announced. It is absolutely seismic. If you don't understand the analogy, you can always rewind and rewatch. I don't think it was that hard to understand. Lord Horg says, you won't hear no more arguments from me about physical. This war is over and I lost now. I will only buy games I really want day one, and the rest I'll buy on steep sales. Totally fair response. Victory says, I couldn't care less, but I know this will upset a lot of people who are still buying discs. I've been buying digital since 2015. Same here. I've been full on digital for a long, long time. Well, Xbox, the ball is in your court. They will miss the ball and step on a rake. Start the clock. Xbox is going to miss the ball and step on a rake, brother. You just wait. Anytime there's bad news from PlayStation, Xbox is like, don't worry, brother. We'll take the heat off of you. Don't worry. Xbox will be here any moment to rescue PlayStation from the bad press. You know, they don't get to dream under his roof. No. Dreaming is for suckers. My kids are going to work, and they're going to learn, and they're going to be self-sufficient and intelligent, and they're not going to be like, my dad said I could be whatever I want. No, I straight up level with my kids. My son wanted to play basketball, and I'm like, listen, dude, you're my son, okay? Basketball will become an ever-increasing slope of frustration for you because all your friends are going to get taller and taller and taller, and you're not, okay? So basketball ain't your sport, brother. Let's keep working on soccer. Like, I literally told him that. I was like, you're my son. So, no, you can't be whatever you want. No, you shouldn't just be like, if I put my mind to it, I can do it. No, listen, this is not Oprah, all right? This is the real world. Hard truths for little hearts. I let them know it. That's messed up. Being honest with your kids about life is not messed up. It's good. It's good for him. It's good for his spine. It's good for his endurance and his strength. There's a 5'8" guy in the Chicago Bulls. Homie, I'm 5'6". All right? I'm 5'6". I didn't say he couldn't. It's just, I don't think it's worth pursuing. You know what I mean? It's not worth pursuing. Not everybody can be a singer either. You know, you see all these people on American Idol, and their idiotic families and friends don't have the heart to tell them, you sound like a cat being boiled in gas. Like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Nobody has the heart. Oh, he's always been such a good singer. And he goes on national television and he embarrasses himself. He embarrasses himself. If my kid sounded like that, like somebody strangling a cat, I'd be like, singing's not for you, dude. And that's okay. Affinity and ability tend to line up, and that leads to opportunity. You keep encouraging your 5'3" kid that they could be a volleyball champion or a basketball champion. You go right ahead. I'm going to tell my kids the truth. Yeah, that's probably not for you, bro. Like, if you weigh 150 pounds soaking wet, they should tell you you're not going to be an offensive lineman. What do you mean? What do you mean? You're not built for it. It's okay to tell them that. You know? It's okay. Only got a mini AI. His son's just breaking ankles. He got me the other day playing soccer. He's good. He is good. He's. I think if he keeps working at it, he will be out there breaking ankles. He will. All right. King J left a pretty long comment here. He says, I've just been saying Rockstar will be the one to start the standard no disc. Guys, by the way, I'm reading. Oops, that's not what I meant to paste. That was the currency that the guy tipped me in, and I put it into Google. Hang on 1 second. It's official. The physical video. All right, let's do this. All right, there's a link in chat. If you guys want to support the video that's live right now, if you watch on mobile, hit like, then hit hype, then leave a comment. I've been reading through the comments. We are probably going to have to change the title and the thumbnail and this VOD. We'll have to edit it. This is supposed to be an Xbox stream. It didn't end up being an Xbox stream. PlayStation completely took over the news cycle, so we do have an upload on the channel right now about it. It seems like they knew ahead of time. Physical media needs to be around. Midnight releases still matter. They almost never happen anymore. Doesn't matter if games have been digital for years now. People like physical media. This reminds me of the time Xbox said that they would have only a discless console back when the Xbox One was about to release. They are basically going to shut down a lot of physical media stores. GameFly will suffer. GameStop will likely finally close. I don't know if GameStop was going to survive much longer anyway. You know what I mean? Like, this is obviously putting a bit of a ticking time bomb in the room to expedite their end. But I don't necessarily know if they were super long for this world anyway. A $5 super chat from Cloaked Onyx. That's pessimistic of you. Why not give your kids hope? for what they want to do. So part of being a parent is giving your kids instruction and discipline and training, and sometimes the best thing for them is to not get to do the thing they want to do. Like, your super chat sounds like a self-report that you're not a parent. They're basically going to shut down physical media stores. Rockstar 100% knew in advance. I 100% think they knew in advance. They did. No doubt in my mind that Rockstar had the inside track on this. You know? Had the inside track, for sure. Does this mean that there could be less sales? Oh, thank you, Chrono, for the raid. Guys, make sure and check out Chrono. Chrono32123 on all the various platforms. Excuse me. Excuse me. Retro shops are killing into my area. Yeah, you could see retro shops start to crop up. That's right. You could. Let kids learn from their choices and mistakes. Again, some of you guys are talking like it's clear you're not a parent. Do you have any idea the time investment and the money and the effort it takes to get your kid into a sport that they're probably not going to enjoy and end up wanting to quit? It's far better to put him into soccer and work on soccer and watch videos and coach. And we've been practicing in the backyard, and we're looking into getting a goal for the backyard. Like, you know what I'm saying? Being like, yeah, let's go do something that you're probably going to be bad at and not flourish in and get frustrated by. Let's go spend time, money, and effort on the equipment and the shoes and we got to pay to get you in the program. Let's do that. Let's just blow our money and time that we can't get back. You know what I mean? I have 4 kids, so you know. Well, then do that with your own kids. Everything they want to do, make sure and sign them up for it so they can learn from their mistakes. You know, call me when you're out of money and time after 4 weeks. They want to do something new every other week. You guys are talking crazy. I won't buy a PS6 if I can't buy the latest Resident Evil or Final Fantasy game on physical or a collector's edition. PlayStation is dead to me. I'll either switch to the Switch or other retro consoles like PS2 and PS3. I feel for folks who like physical. I do. I feel for the folks who like physical. You know what I mean? It's if that's what you were hoping to do, like continue to grow a physical library, you know, that's just over. And I feel for the people that like doing that. Like, I basically let go of that a long time ago. I was like, yeah, I just don't care. You know, it doesn't mean that it doesn't matter. It just stopped mattering to me. And that's why I don't like when choice is gone. Think about it from this perspective. Like, I chose to go digital. I chose to stop buying physical. Okay? I chose it. And you know what that means? I could, if I wanted to at some point in time, change my mind. You know? I could change my mind. I could go to my neighbor's house and he could be like, hey, I have this big, huge physical collection of PlayStation games that I want to get rid of. I'll give it to you, you know, for $500 or something. And I buy it and I put it behind me in the studio and it looks really cool. And I'm like, you know what? It would be cool to start building a physical library again. Like, I could change my mind. That's gone. Like, that's leaving the room, and I don't like that because now I've not made the choice. Now I've not made the choice. You're making the choice for me. Do you see? So even to those of you that are on the side of the fence that I'm on here, and you're like, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, I'm already digital only. Yeah, but you chose that. You chose that. I chose to go digital, a.k.a. I chose to contribute to the problem. Listen, Chrono, you can blame me all you want, brother. This was like gravity. This was going to happen no matter what. Do you want to know why? And you know why. You're not being genuine. I mean, you're being sort of silly. But to the people that genuinely think that, listen to me. The customer's always going to choose the path of least resistance. This was way more convenient, and people did it. They're like, oh, digital? Cool. Preload? Cool. Game's ready at midnight, and I don't have to go stand in the cold? Cool. Like, people take the path of least resistance. The consumer's always going to take this route every time. Wherever there's the least amount of friction, that's where the consumer's going to, there's going to be a heat map around the path of least resistance. And I know that's a bummer, and I know that's frustrating, but it's the truth. So you physical boys, there weren't enough of you. Ziggy says, time for change. Spend less time playing video games and more time developing skills and other hobbies. Thanks, Sony, for the little push away from video games as a form of entertainment. It's the touch grass movement. It's the PlayStation touch grass movement. Gion 407, using your Prime on Twitch. We're at 226. Thank you. We want to end the day at 300 to be on pace. Guys, this week's stream with Madam, we'll have her react to all this. She'll probably be pretty funny on some of this stuff because she just doesn't care about it at all. That'll be Friday night instead of Saturday night, okay? It'll be Friday night instead of Saturday night. Is there a big game on Friday, though? Is there? Let's see. Sunday, Tuesday. 6 o'clock's Argentina. So that's at 6, but that's not when we'll be live. 2 and 6. Okay, we should be fine Friday night. The World Cup shouldn't Godzilla stomp all over us, because the Argentinian game, it'll be over by the time we go live on Friday night. The World Cup's been messing with us. Yeah, everybody's going to want to watch Argentina. I mean, come on. It's messy. You know what I'm saying? I let my son watch Little Mbappe last night. That's his guy. He likes him. I mean, how can you not? The guy moved so smooth on the one goal. It's like he stun-locked the defense. I was like, why is the defense not moving? And then I rewatched and I was like, oh, he's just amazing. He just moves like it was so beautiful to watch. Perfect Image says, this is bad. I'm taking this to my major or whoever will listen. Do it. I don't know who your major is, but tell him. Pocket says, I feel like at this point, Sony just doesn't want my business. Between killing my favorite game, Destiny, they didn't do that. And they could still have Destiny in the future. You should be mad at Bungie about that. Taking away physical discs and removing purchased media from people's accounts, there's just no reason to do business with them anymore. Bungie is to blame for Destiny. And if the franchise lives on, which I think it will be because Sony saved it. I mean that. If that franchise lives on, I believe it will. It'll be because Sony saved it. Because Bungie was headed for disaster. If it wasn't for the buyout, you wouldn't be frickin' playing Destiny right now. You agree with him? That's fine. The position's not rooted in facts. I mean, it's a delusional position. I'm sorry, it is. It's a delusional position. It is. It's like Bungie was headed for financial disaster. You wouldn't be playing the dadgum game right now. You wouldn't have all the content that you've had the last 3 years if they wouldn't have been purchased by Sony. That's on Bungie. Bungie did all of this. The insistence that it's Sony's fault is pure delusion. It's not rooted in fact. It isn't. Position should be rooted in fact. It's okay, so the chasm between what you know and what you don't know is investigation, okay? What you know a priori and what you know a posteriori, or whatever the frick it is. The chasm between those two things is investigation and analysis. And if you actually do that in this situation, your position should not be that this is Sony's fault. That is a non-facts-based position. It's pure delusion. It's fan fiction. It's made up. It has nothing to do with Sony. Sony literally kept them alive by buying them. That's how bad it was. $5 super chat from Forget Me Not. Can't be bothered to care, honestly, with dynamic pricing. Then taking PSN cards out of the stores. You should have seen this coming. The dynamic pricing was a false story. That got corrected. The dynamic pricing was dynamic sales. It wasn't dynamic price increases. That was falsely reported and corrected later. No physical, no buy. I'm just going to give you a heart. I can't reply for some reason. Death Puck says, I wanted to play FF13 a few months back. I own the PS3 disc and the PS3. I knew it was on Xbox back compat. So I just played it there rather than dragging out my PS3. Digital can help with this, but we need better consumer protection. Digital can certainly help. It can. There's no denying that like digital can help with preservation because you might not have a working PlayStation 3. You might not have a working Super Nintendo. So digital can definitely help with preservation, but we're not properly protected as consumers. We're not. These are the facts. Cue Jonathan Frakes. It was a lie. It's made up. It's fiction. We made it up. Yeah. Yeah. Since I'm a console gamer, guess I'm moving to Nintendo. I bet they do the same eventually, to be fair. I bet Nintendo does the same eventually. I'll be honest with you. I'm just here to say your hair looks great and for you to see this on stream. I appreciate that. You're getting the pre-typed response, Rise. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. I'm 10 toes down in the comments. That's amazing. I feel bad for a friend of mine. He was slipping on a hill mowing the lawn, and it sliced off the top of one of his toes, and they might have to amputate the toe. So, he'll never be able to say that. I'm 10 toes down, and people be like, yeah, but you're not. Be careful out there, boys, when you're mowing the lawn. You know what I mean? He was wearing shoes, too. It wasn't like he was wearing flip-flops or something. That sucker just severed the nerve. He didn't even feel it. I'm not spending $1,500 for a PS6 for a game rental machine. Thankfully, I have a large back catalog in games and a large retro collection. My digital library isn't a rental. This isn't Game Pass. This isn't Game Pass. My digital library is not a rental service. You know what I mean? So, Lona, are we paying people to post comments now? I didn't pay Rise to post that comment. He did that on his own. Toeless Tony. We need a thumbnail. We need a thumbnail, title, and description change. We're too deep in now. We're 2 hours in, and I think YouTube just smacked us for what we're doing. What do we call this? We need to completely change it. I'll have to do it in post. I'll just have to do it in post. It's fine. We're just gonna have to let it ride. We do not ordinarily do that, but I'm gonna change title thumb in post, and I'm gonna slice off the front of this. Your ownership on the platform is definitely weaker than with physical, as it lies in contract law instead of property law, but it's not a rental. And that's why contract law should be amended and adjusted so that we're properly protected. That's fundamentally what needs to happen. So, YouTube really looks at the title and what you're saying. Yes. The AI is active always. So it's analyzing chat, it's analyzing me. So if I boot up and say, hey guys, we're going to do a live stream today and we're going to talk about Halo, and then I boot up and we spend the entire time talking about Call of Duty and showing Call of Duty gameplay, it would be, YouTube would see that as a bad stream. They'd be like, we're not going to put you in the algo in front of people about Halo because you're not talking about it. It's actually a good thing because what it does is it prevents clickbait from being effective. It actually is a good thing because you want to put content in front of people that they're going to enjoy. You don't want people clicking on something and then being angry, being like, oh, I thought he was going to be talking about X, and instead he's talking about Y. That breaks trust at the user level, and then that hurts the platform. So it's actually a good thing. It ensures that when you click on a video, it's going to be about the thing that the thing says it's about, if that makes sense. Unfortunately, today, there was nothing I could do. It was like, this literally broke after I scheduled the stream, and I was like, we're going to make an upload and put out an upload. I'm not going to have somebody come in and be like, you're dodging and not covering bad Sony news. It's like, I literally scrambled as fast as I could to make a video so that we could cover both. We'll just take the monologue from the opening of this show and we'll re-upload it later, because it's a good monologue. So, practically all of my games are digital at this point, says Midnight. I don't buy a lot of games in general, though. I find it more convenient to buy games on the PlayStation Store, although I wish we could trade in games for PSN Store credit or something like that once we are done with the game. Digital trade-in will likely never happen, but refunds within a reasonable amount of time would be great. Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to get a digital trade-in. That's probably a bridge too far, because there's nothing for you to give back. I mean, the license, sure, but like, I guess you could gift the license to a friend or something, and then PlayStation could maybe monetize that. So there's a transaction where they actually could make money on it. That'd be the only way you'd get them to do it. They have to be able to make money on it, or they wouldn't do it. You know, transferring the license for a fee where you get money, your buddy spends money, and PlayStation gets a cut. There could be room for that, because the only way you're ever going to get something like that to happen is if the company makes money on it. Does that make sense? So a digital transfer of a license, I don't know. The problem is there's ways around that. You could have the game installed on a PlayStation that's set as your home PlayStation, right? It's designated as your home PlayStation, and then you could boot up another PlayStation. You could do the digital transfer of the license, and then you could still play it on that other PlayStation. See, that's the biggest problem, is there's so many loopholes around stuff like that the company would never want to agree to it. You know? I guess the communists won. I mean, I think that's the conclusion that we can all come to, you know, is that Stalin won. Thank you for the $5, Jack Garland. I'd love for Sony to see the disc purchases I have registered to my library and give me the digital version so I can play on my Pro. I don't know if they're going to do that. I'll never go next gen. This is it for me. F the gaming industry. They destroyed themselves. Sad face. Sorry to see you go. I knew this was going to happen, says Charles. I kept saying the PS5 would be the last console to support physical media, and I was right. There were a lot of people saying this, and y'all can take your victory lap. Y'all were right. Since physical is dead, it should be illegal to have the ability to remove a digital game from someone's library. I don't care if there are licensing issues or whatever excuse someone wants to come up with. Words cannot express how pissed I am about this. I like physical media because I own it. Historically, Sony first-party games don't need an internet connection to install them because all the data is stored on the disc. You just won't get that day one patch, but the game is playable from start to finish. Spider-Man 2 and modern Final Fantasy games are examples. Hell, Final Fantasy 7 Remake and Rebirth have 2 discs in the box because the games are huge. All of High Moon's Transformers games were taken off of digital storefronts, so unless you have the physical copies, you can't play them. Digital copies should still work even after a game is delisted, but I hear you. Yeah, you should still be able to play a game. If they delist a game from the store, you should still be able to play it if you own the digital version. You just can't buy it anymore. I'm sure the kids will love it. I don't. No more collector's edition either. F. Sony's greed. Sad times. Snake Eyes, I can't comment on your thing. It's glitched. I don't think the PlayStation 6 will have a disc drive or sell one. Rough times ahead for collectors. 646 King J says, I love that you always say level-headed and are basically saying you like digital more but understand the importance of physical. Something that can't be said for some of the people that were trying to downplay GTA not having a disc. It quickly became a physical versus digital war, and you had to be on one side. When I'm just a gamer, I don't like to see any gamer lose out. How quick people jumped into tribalistic camps on digital versus physical is insane. Also, the other problem with digital only is that Sony, or the game publishers, aren't usually great at sales. Sometimes they'll have a game that has been out for a while for full price when you can get it cheaper physically, which they also have to know and be banking on. It always felt like games on the digital store have really lame sales when I would check. I actually think the sales are not bad at all. Right? This was Maddie's video yesterday, by the way. Oh, yeah, a lot of people made videos about that. They saw GTA 6 as the beginning of the end. They literally saw GTA 6 as the beginning of the end. They're like, this is it, boys. That we're going to continue to see less and less physical. I don't think people expected it to be this quick. I think people were thinking in 10 years it'll... No, they're like, yeah, in 2 years, Thanks for the kind words. So, as a lifetime gamer on the PlayStation platform, I have hundreds of physical games. I don't mind new games becoming digital, although the magic is lost, but the PlayStation 6 still must have a disc drive. Compat for physical libraries is important. I agree. I actually think that that's true. I think back compat for physical libraries is important. I think it's important. You know, because a lot of people have big libraries, and it's like them suddenly losing the ability to, you know, to use their libraries is bad. PT is playable to this day, and you can't get it in the store. Yeah, a game getting delisted doesn't mean you can't play your copy. You hate to see Sony and others using GTA 6 as a Trojan horse for the anti-consumer garbage. Price hikes, no digital media, $8 game threshold crossed. I fear for the future of our hobby. I'm just going to give you a frowny face. Wheezy says, I'm not happy to be right. Yeah, Wheezy said what, in 2024? I've been saying for years. I don't think the next gen will have a disc version. Yeah, like I said, some of you guys deserve your flowers. You guys were calling it from a while ago. Physical media about to explode like never before. Buy all the games you want now to own now. What if the PlayStation 6 can't play them, though? Got to keep my physical copies. PlayStation doesn't allow us to buy digital game codes from other third-party stores, not to mention that they don't allow refunds. Are they want to get sued? That might have to change. To be honest, that might actually have to change. The way that they control the distribution of the digital codes might actually have to change. Bad times are coming, boys. I can't respond to that one. I buy all my games digitally now anyway, so this means nothing to me. Not good to see choice removed. If you change your mind in the future, now you can't. If you change your mind in the future, you can't. The decision's already been made for you. Like, you're like, oh, it doesn't affect me. I don't care. It's like, yeah, but you now do not have the choice to change your mind. You're stuck. You know what I mean? You're stuck. That's it. This is it for you. Always digital. Always. A person who chose a career in wrestling, which means I'm always traveling multiple days a week, digital is a lot easier for me. It sucks for physical buyers, but when I'm home, I'm already sore and hurting, and I don't feel like going out to just buy a physical when everything is already available for me in the store. I do think a refund policy has to change, though. We still need a refund alternative. You can't just get rid of it. Digital refunds are needed on console. 100%. Digital refunds are needed on console. Undeniable. At this point, stop killing games is the last hope. Sony just guaranteed I won't be getting a PlayStation 6 at launch, and honestly instantly turned it into an exclusive machine. Devastated that they are not at least going the Nintendo route and charging us $10 extra. What does that sound? Oh, the dehumidifier is beeping. I guess a good thing digital can't get scratched. Yeah, I think the general problem is that physical copies can wear down, and the physical machine can wear down and stop working. That's always been the issue. Digital preservation's easier. It is. Digital preservation at some level is easier because you don't have to worry about wear and tear. You just need commitments from companies and protections so that actually happens. Sony just guaranteed... yeah, I'm just going to put a sad face. I'm not going to type big replies to all these. I don't like this. Other digital media is just cheaper, and this seems pretty predatory. That's not the right word. Games are the same price for physical and digital, but they save on distribution of materials. It's odd. I can watch unlimited shows on Netflix for $15 a month, but playing a digital game costs me $80 now. Maybe as streaming becomes more viable, the pricing on games drop. I doubt prices on games go down. Prices on games are not going down. You've not scratched a disc in 20 years? Scratch, what's he doing to the disc? I mean, it just happens. You drop them, your kids might be messing with them. I mean, yeah, if you're really, really careful, then you shouldn't have scratches on a disc, right? For the longest time, I never dropped my phone, you know? And now it happens more often. I'm older. And I got kids that are roughhousing and bumping into stuff, you know? It was always a risk. Like when you go to rent a game, you're like, who had this game last? Did Edward Scissorhands rent this disc? Like, what the frick? Like, so, yeah. I love physical media for games. This is so disheartening. Guess I'll pass on the PS6. I won't be able to play my physical disc on the PS6 if it's all digital. I am curious if they offer a back compat disk drive option. I am curious if they do that. Just put the disc in rice. One of my least favorite things ever when I worked at the cell phone store is when people would hand me their phone, and after they handed it to me, they would inform me that they had dropped it in the toilet. And I'm like, why'd you put that in my hand then? Like, that was always a frustrating experience because you just wanted to slap them, but that's not allowed. That's actually, when they hire you, they tell you that you're not allowed to do that. So I think that's a policy change. Like, I think it should literally be in the employee handbook. Like, if a customer hands you a phone and after they hand it to you, they tell you that they dropped it in the toilet, I even think the police should be involved. Like, you should be allowed to slap them, and then the police should show up and say that they deserved it. $5 super chat from Jack Garland says, if you're the one of the people who put the disc back in the wrong case, you absolutely deserve to have your license to your physical games taken away. Sounds like I'm giving up on Sony at this point. Been fun since PlayStation 1, but I am out. Definition of prudent: acting or showing care and thought about the future. It should no longer be considered piracy anymore, but preservation. Stop it. This is why it's the utmost importance for the PC mod community to continue their marvelous work in preservation of our legacy IPs. Stealing under the guise of preservation is laughable. I'm sorry. I don't take that. I don't take those people seriously. I don't. I know they've come up with like their little cool token slogans and stuff, and like, if you can't own it, then you can't steal it. Like that's just idiotic. That's idiotic. Does that mean you could go into a Blockbuster and just steal everything? Because nobody can own any of the things in Blockbuster. So you should have just been able to go into Blockbuster and just walk out with a bucket of movies and been like, well, if I can't own it, then I can't steal it. Like, yeah, explain that to the cops when you do that. Your predictions about Starfield coming to PS5 and the ABK deal being bad were spot on. Now let's see if your prediction that Helix isn't going to happen is right, too. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says from Not Zealous Enough. I appreciate that. Sony just did consumers dirty by taking away choice to buy physical or digital. Looks like Assassin's Creed Black Flag's Resync might be the last physical game I buy. Agreed on loss of choice being bad. Oops. That's the issue. That's the issue. Loss of choice is a bad thing. Always. Haven't bought physical in 15 years, but yeah, this ain't the way. I agree with you, Smooth Jazz. Let's be fair. They had to pay retail space and storage, plus warehouse, land, and equipment to make and store them, plus pay for them to be transported for you to buy, versus digital. Click in your library, problem solved. This guy says not buying a PlayStation 6. Sony just nuked their entire gaming division with this announcement. No, I don't think so. Hope the younger generation has enough money to prop up your business, Sony, because it isn't going to float with the OGs. I don't think it is that severe. Digital sales are the majority, meaning the majority won't care, meaning your prediction is overstated. Sorry. Your prediction's overstated, brother. The majority of people are buying digital. The majority of consumers are not even going to blink an eye. They're not. They're not going to bat an eye here. Oh, this is the end. They've nuked their entire gaming division. 85% of their sales are digital. Like, they're going to be fine. They're going to be like, what do you mean? The vast majority of people are not even going to bat an eye at this. The consumers are going to be like, what'd you say? I can't buy digital anymore? Oh, no. Oh, I can't buy physical. Oh, that's fine. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, removing the ability to buy physical is a bummer, but like the vast majority of consumers, you have to remember this. The vast majority of consumers aren't paying attention to any of this. Somebody did a super chat tip for $2.50. Thank you, Perfect Image. Oh, wait, this is Dardley Get. I don't know what this says. Oh, no, it's Perfect Image. Why no one is doing a petition on change.org, then file on the FTC? All this talk is doing nothing until we take action. I think you should start the petition. If the petition doesn't work, now we know where the majority stand. I'm not starting a petition, and I actually don't think people are going to sign it. Most people aren't going to sign it. Yeah, they're not going to. You know? Castillo says, not going to lie, why is bro running defense for this? Didn't expect that. Who are you talking about? Who's running defense for this? I've been critical of it for the last 2.5 hours. Now, if I say that it's not going to nuke their entire gaming division because the majority of the consumers aren't going to care, that's business analysis. Your ability to understand what I said is, your lack of ability to understand what I said is your own fault. I've not been running defense at all this morning. I have literally been sitting here for 2.5 hours being critical of this, saying just because I'm digital only doesn't mean this is good. It's bad. It's a loss of choice for the consumer. However, when someone leaves a comment and says Sony just nuked their entire gaming division, I'm like, yeah, not really. The vast majority of consumers aren't going to give a frick about this. This isn't going to do what you think it's going to do if you think this is going to hurt Sony to that degree. That's not me running defense at all. Like, if that's what you took from me saying that, you're not understanding even remotely what I'm saying. My bad, I just stopped in the stream. Yeah, homie, I am not defending this at all. I got a 9-minute video on the channel right now, which, by the way, here, perfect opportunity, guys. There's a link in chat. It's a 9-minute video. Watch the video. If you're watching on mobile, hit like, then hit hype, then leave a comment. I'm reading through the comments. I am 100% saying this is terrible. They shouldn't do it. I actually really hope they give you guys with physical libraries back compat options with the disk drive. But if you think this is going to nuke their business, the literal industry is telling you that it's not going to nuke their business, because the industry is saying that they're fine with digital. Like the consumers are like, yeah, this is fine. This is totally fine. Like we're gonna just keep buying games digital. We're talking about Xbox when Sony just killed physical. We're not talking about Xbox. I had planned to talk about Xbox today. I went live. I quickly recorded a video that's on my channel right now so that I could cover the thing that's diskless, the Sony diskless thing, and we're literally talking about it and reading through those comments right now. I know it's hard for people with an agenda to keep up because you don't talk about things that are real. You talk about things that are fake. So I know that's probably what you're attempting to do in chat right now. But we are 100% not talking about Xbox. My stream was scheduled, thumbnail, title, script was all written, and then this bomb dropped. So I scrambled to make a video about it, to cover it, and now we're talking about it. I'm probably going to change title and thumb on this very stream and edit off the first 10 minutes with the opening monologue about Xbox. So the title could be misleading. I wasn't gonna. If I go and change all of it now, I can't talk to you. I got to sit here and type and go burr, 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 and go get my laptop. So we're just pressing on, and I'll change it later. 2028 is going to come so fast. I better start saving now for November that year when it's likely the new console will come. You got plenty of time to save up. I mean, that's not a concern, I don't think. I mean, it obviously, if it's $1,000, like people are saying, then that'd be, terrible. But the mass market adoption will be awful. 3,000 views already, nice. It is my top performing upload, and it actually has 5,000 views. You just can't see that yet. It's doing very well. So everybody that's left a comment, if you guys left a comment, if you've left a like, if you've left a hype, that's helped very, very much. It's a title that's for Xbox. Don't be a moron, Glazer. You should take your own advice. You came in and spoke without even listening to the chat, stream, or anything. You just came in guns a-blazing. You know what I mean? You saw the title and that's it? Okay. You could have literally taken 20 seconds to listen to what I was saying, and it's clear that I'm not talking about Xbox right now. I'm talking about PlayStation and this problem that they just dropped. Anybody hopping in blind thinks you're talking about Xbox, give them grace. He's still here. That's the amount of grace he's being given. This comes to light right after Stop Killing Games got uppercutted too. These are dark times. I think this helps the Stop Killing Games initiative. To be fair. I actually think that this helps the Stop Killing Games initiative. It does. 100%. They now have a greater argument to say PlayStation just walked out and said they're removing consumer choice in 2 years. Now more than ever, we need to be protected from this. They actually just made the argument better. Change the title and thumbnail then? I will change the title and thumbnail later. Thank you. I already said I was going to do that. Once again, your listening skills are failing you. Titus says, this is ridiculous. Will not be buying a PlayStation 6. PlayStation will be dead. After that, we cannot stand for this as consumers. Yeah, I can't reply to you, Titus. It's glitched. I have probably been 90% physical games. I can almost guarantee people like me will probably stop buying games with this gen. Also, for people in second or third world countries and not internet areas are basically screwed. Yeah, there are pockets of the world where physical makes up the majority of the sales, and those are going to be tough markets to be in because you're going to be basically not able to buy games. Like, unless you want the game to download over the course of 3 days. Some places don't have internet download games, so hence that's why I am physical. The global infrastructure just isn't ready for a fully digital future. Yeah, I actually agree with that. That's the issue. This is why I don't think cloud will be the mainstream for a super duper long time, if ever, because infrastructure is just behind. So heavily behind. You know what I mean? The third world countries are definitely the biggest pain point, but I also think that Xbox won't be an alternative because I fully expect Helix will not have a drive. I don't think Helix will have a drive because I don't think Helix is going to come to the market. If Helix come to the market, I think it'll be OEM. It won't even, I don't even know if it'll be made by Xbox at this point. I think their plans are completely on the table for being canceled. You know what I mean? Like, some places don't have internet. Great argument. I can't tell if you're being if you're kidding around, but yeah, I can't tell if you're joking around. I actually think it is fair to say some places don't have good internet and can't download the games. I think it'll come, says Wheezy, but I don't think it'll have the drive and it won't be the price point that people will have a palate for. Yeah, I think it's going to be sold for profit by somebody else. I don't even think Xbox is going to sell it. I think they're going to have like Asus or somebody make it. I'm going to write an angry sign about this and thrust it into people's faces. This person here says, what is this? Riku Fairy says, I've been on PlayStation since the start, 25 odd years, thousands spent in physical media. I'm out if they do this. GOG and Steam will be my future purchases. If I have to go digital completely, I'll do it somewhere I have as much consumer protection as possible. Yeah, a fair choice to go where digital is better protected and treated. Like, Steam can obviously still revoke licenses if they were to choose to, but you can at least refund. Gaming is dead? Nah, it's not dead. I just started buying physical games again. Silly me. This is exactly what I was just talking about. This is exactly what I was just talking about. Like, if you decide to change your mind and start buying physical, that choice is being taken from you going forward. You can't do it. It's gone. It's not a choice. It's not an option. Not an option. Like, if that's why that's why people that are digital only should think about this from the concept of choice. You chose to go digital only. It was not forced upon you. You chose it. That is very important to remember. It's extremely important to remember. Because if not, if you're going to continue to feel like this is not a big deal, and the reason it's not a big deal is because, I'm already digital, you're forgetting that was something that you were free and clear to choose, and that's not true after 2028 on PlayStation. Gaming is dead. Glad I left for golf and disc golf. Nintendo all the way. No, it's not dead. There's too many games coming out. There's too much money to be made. Here we thought Nintendo was the villain of this generation. Yeah. Great chance for the next gen Xbox. Doubt Microsoft wants to spend the money to push for that. Hardware is getting too expensive, and they are cutting costs big time. Sorry, I hate to burst your bubble, but I don't think Microsoft has the stones to do that right now because they're cutting costs everywhere. Next, the PlayStation 7 will also be a digital download. Thank you for the free $3 super chat. Guys, try to get us to 500 likes on YouTube. Try to get us to 500 likes. This has always been about controlling the right to resell or lend games. That's money left on the table in corporate speak. $5 super chat from Christopher Burnett says, until today I didn't know or realize the last Kojima game I'll ever buy or play was Death Stranding 2. I was really looking forward to Fizzant. Cool Bama guy with a Prime. Renews on Twitch. 3 months. Thank you very, very much. Check your renewals and check your Primes, guys. You got to do Primes manual every month, and we're working on that goal. Guys, I'm buying a PC. What a letdown. PC is basically... I can't type all of a sudden. Digital only 2, though. Yeah, I mean, if you're okay with it, that's fine, but you're not running away from digital only to physical. I just feel like in 2026, if people are still pressed about a disc, they gotta find something else to stress out over. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Stop filling your house with useless plastic. You had the last 14 to 15 years of physical media decreasing and decreasing. That was the hint. The end is coming, and now it's a surprise Pikachu face when it's actually not. Stop it. Whoa. Yeah, some people just prefer having a physical collection. Also, you're saying, you're filling your house with useless plastic. Hopefully you don't have any Gundam figurines, or anything like that in your house either. You know what I'm saying, Dirge? Like, Dirge, I love you, bro. But, hopefully you don't have any useless plastic in your home either, You got any Warhammer figurines or Gundams, you know what I mean? You got that sexy waifu sitting on your desk? I bet you do. People like to have physical stuff and physical items, Gaming's no different. Sony's never taken my games away. It's just a disc, not even a map or a booklet like the old days. I'm okay with it. No more steelbooks will be sad. They can still do the steelbooks, but then that's just a code inside. I guess. Digital feudalism is here. Toll booth gaming services like Game Pass already conditioned the gaming public. No, they didn't, because the massive gaming public's not on Game Pass. Completely disagree here. This is not even remotely true. Game Pass did not condition the gaming public because 95% of the gaming public is not on Game Pass. Legal protection is needed, not just for games, movies, books, etc. PC trolls say nobody truly owns anything, so let's just steal games instead of advocating for digital consumer protections. Digital consumer protection is needed, but Game Pass has not conditioned the gaming public, as most of the gaming public isn't on Game Pass and has never been. The vast majority of the gaming public has never been on Game Pass. Like, if you add up everybody who specifically or exclusively games on Nintendo or PC or PlayStation, they're not on it. They've not been conditioned by it. Excuse me. Super annoying that my it keeps happening. WTF is Sony doing? Sad sign of the times. Dat Boy leaves a comment saying, it was inevitable when most people watch movies on Netflix. Most people listen to music on services like Spotify and Apple, and now the fact that almost 90% of game purchases are digital. I expect Nintendo, Xbox, and even other industries like movie studios to follow suit. Unfortunately, the customers did vote with their wallets a long time ago. Give the customers choice, digital or non-digital. Let the consumers choose. They did. That's the problem. Propane Accessories, thank you so much for renewing your sub on Twitch and getting us to 228. I appreciate it so much. Like, I'm sitting here saying I don't like that consumer choice is being taken away, but I have to also say in the same breath, consumers voted with their wallets, boys. They did. And unfortunately, there's way more people that are like, yeah, I prefer digital. That's the unfortunate reality, guys. That's the unfortunate reality. I don't like the choices being taken away, but consumers voted with their wallets. Excuse me. It would be like it's like what happens to mom and pop shops, in small towns when Walmart moves in. Consumers vote with their wallets, and mom and pop, take the brunt of it. It's true. That's the way that it goes. And it sucks. It's Lona's fault. It is my fault. It is. I'm part of the problem, but I wasn't going to not choose convenience on the hope that it would make a dent. Like, it wouldn't have mattered if I chose to not prioritize my own convenience and bought a bunch of physical copies that I didn't really want and stored them somewhere and then had to wait to play games for you guys and had to wait for discs to show up and things like that. That's obviously not in my interests as a consumer. I'm sorry, as a content creator, I should say. That's not in my interest as a content creator. But had I done all that, it wouldn't have mattered. There was no mobilizing the masses here because the masses are outside of our reach of influence. The vast majority of gamers and the vast majority of people buying these games digital, they've never seen me, heard me talk. They've never seen the biggest YouTubers in the world talk. They don't pay any attention to it. There was no stopping this to a certain degree. This is sort of the natural way of things. Consumers taking the path of least resistance and companies adopting and adapting to those trends to maximize their profits. The truth of the matter is publishers have been praying for this for 15 years. It's finally here. This was an inevitability, even if it's something even if it's not something that I agree with, says Wheezy. It sucks, but that's the cold hard truth of it. Can't blame anyone but the consumer, but gaming is dead for me now. If not now, then when? The precipice for a new gen is surely the best place to do this. People want to be using Blu-ray disc for the PlayStation 7. What about the 8? You want to sit in 2050 using Blu-ray discs? The world moves on. If that is true, then consumer protections should evolve with the times, and digital ownership should mean more than it presently does. If we agree with the premise, which I think at some level we agree with the premise of what Faffer is saying here, that like, yep, the times are changing. Okay, well then TOS and EULAs and digital ownership needs to also then evolve, because right now digital ownership it doesn't mean enough. It doesn't, and it should. Well, I guess a lot wife will be happy to not see all those game collections. Oh, a lot of wives. Yeah. So how will I play some of my PS5 physical games on the PS6? Not sure yet. We don't know. We actually don't know how that's going to work. The only way I'd ever buy a PS6 where digital games are now the only option is if I'm allowed to buy the digital game and still be able to play it 15 years later or beyond. Digital library preservation is key. I completely agree with that. Digital library preservation is key. EK Rails. People already be calling for boycotts and sticking Sony executives' heads on pikes. I'm just going to say yikes. The thing about the old days, the old days. You're just going to get a true with no E. True. People that are against this show Sony by not buying their next console. Problem is, most consumers switched to digital only and won't care. That's the problem. And most consumers ain't going to care. That makes me think that the PS6 also will be released in 2028. This is why. Oops, we don't need two R's. Agreed. Sony hurt me because they love me, sob. Good thing, sold my PS5 months ago, got fed up with Sony's BS. I'll just stay with Steam. They treat me better. Digital only on Steam, but better protections for sure with refunds. Still just a license though. So not all that different. I can't freaking type, man. What the heck? It won't tell me this is spelled wrong yet. It's not all that different. Like, you're not wrong that you're better protected with refunds, but you're still dealing with a digital-only landscape with licenses. Like, you're not running away from the problem. You're running away to a place where the problem exists but isn't quite as bad because you can refund. $5 super chat from James Ray. I have over 400 physical PS5 games, so they're all useless when it comes to backwards compatibility with the PS6. This sucks. We don't know if that's true yet, James. I would really appreciate if PlayStation would speak to that. I would. If that's a lot of games. 400 physical PS5 games? Wait, are you including PS4 games and PS3 games in that total? Like, Jiminy Christmas. Hang on, I gotta, what is this? Oh, Ginger Prime left a comment, so it like notifies me. The removal of options for gamers is the real loss here, says Ginger. As someone who opted into digital, that was always my choice, but this change by Sony will sure accelerate what we felt has been coming for quite some time. I do wonder what Nintendo will do, because I do see Xbox doing the same thing too. Agreed. That we need to wait, and I would like PlayStation again. I would like them to speak to this, because currently it's like, what's somebody supposed to do that has a big physical collection? Are they literally just stuck and not able to do anything with it? Like, I'm not a fan of that at all. Hang on. No more physical games. Thank you. PlayStation killed physical games. Thank you. Okay, so Creature updated the live stream title. Thank you. I appreciate that. We are now no longer false advertising. So there you go. Perfect. Okay, there we go. Thumbnail and title has changed. The beauty of having somebody that can do that for you while you're actively streaming, because I couldn't do it. It would have been an enormous distraction. So make sure you guys hit like. Give this thing a second chance. Give this thing a second wind in the algo out there. Okay, hit like, go crazy. Little member train can help too. So if you guys have renewals, celebrate them now. Okay. I don't think people really understand the effect the war has had on the transport of petrochemicals, polymers, and fertilizer. Definitely a factor. For sure. You know what this reminded me of when I saw this morning? Good point about digital preservation. Why not? Yeah, why can't we fight for digital preservation? Why? Right. Lono pulling a Fox football. I'm not paying to promote it. We just changed the thumbnail and the title. Haseo with 55 months and a member plus gets us to 229. Thank you so much, Haseo. That was the first thing I thought of when I saw this morning. I was like, well, we said we weren't getting collector's editions because costs of production and shipping just got too stinking high. And PlayStation's like, I'll do you one better. You guys worry about collector's editions. And Haseo Gifts a member, we are a 20 bomb away from 250. Now would be a really good time to do that, especially on YouTube. We've changed title and thumb. We could get some more folks in here looking to discuss this matter. Thank you guys so much for being here. For this content and for this discussion. We greatly appreciate the support of the channel and the turnout lately. It's been great to see so many people tuning in. It's been great to see so many people leaving comments on the upload as well. That support is greatly appreciated. Here, let's do this. Let's do this. They're making a hybrid handheld, then digital will be the way moving forward. I don't think they're making a hybrid handheld. I think they're making like an actual handheld, brother. I think they're making a literal handheld. I'm changing the tags. There we go. Now the tags are right too. Not the hashtags, the tags. The tags were still wrong. I fixed that. Yo, what's good, Jedi Juicer? How are you? They're making a hybrid handheld. I already read that. Yeah, I don't think they're doing a hybrid handheld. I think they're doing a literal handheld. So... PS5 will be the last console I buy if they pull this off. I will never accept the digital ownership of games, especially if they can take them away without refunding. We need digital refunds and better ownership protection. 100%. We do. We need better protection, and we need the ability to refund. Yo, Kev with 3 months. Let's add it to the total. 231. No, I share games with my 3 kids now at work with digital. I mean, digital has its upsides, but it's also nice that you choose that. It's not chosen for you. Digital certainly has its upsides. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it doesn't have its upsides, but it also has its downsides. You can't refund it. You can't really refund physical, but you could at least trade it in and retain some of the value. You can retain some of the value when you're not happy with the game or something. And so we can't refund them. We can't do anything with them. And also, there's no ownership protection. They can just be like, yeah, we're going to take the game away from you. Is the Helix going to have a disk drive? I don't think the Helix is coming out. I don't. I think look at the cost that PlayStation's facing down. Look at how PlayStation talked about it. Okay? I don't think the Helix is coming out. I think right now, okay, I think Xbox and Microsoft are looking at the price to make the Helix, and they're deciding not to make it. I hear PC gamers say PlayStation killed physical. PC killed physical. PC being all physical and getting in on this fight is funny. It is funny. You guys are digital all this time. You're like, they killed physical. You sure about that? Your Steam library is looking awfully digital to me. Interesting. Now PlayStation saw all that and they learned not to waste time. I expect everyone talking trash about wanting physical to buy a Switch 2 or else they're talking out of their behind. Well, yeah, but Nintendo's probably going to do the same thing. Working on my backlog, I will never purchase a digital game that's tied to an account. It's not like the game is on your USB drive. In the end, buying new games on new systems, so long video gaming. If your account gets shut down, you'll lose all your games. This is an insane risk. I'm not stopping with physical media, and I guess I'll just experience the odd gaming feeling of no backlog before death. I'm not supporting digital, says Dylan the Villain. Torque says, I really hate losing physical games. I'm an avid game collector, but I'm assuming GTA 6 trailer is going to drop soon, so that all of this negative press gets buried and forgotten. Xbox will rake step 2. Just give them 24 hours. It's the classic Xbox rake step. It'll happen. Don't worry. Xbox will take the heat off PlayStation, as they always do. The Xbox fans are tired of that. They really, really are. What's your Colin saying to Tom Henderson? Tom says, I've always been excited about the next generation of consoles, but this time I feel incredibly numb to it all. Constant layoffs, price increases, and now no physical games. I have zero desire to even learn about what's next, let alone part away and yet more money. Colin says, I've said for a couple of years now, since the PlayStation 6 crystallized and we knew what it was. Intellectually, I understand moving on to the new machine, but there's something incomplete about this generation. Something new feels premature and unneeded. It is what it is, I guess. Well, I think Colin spoke to this indirectly when he said that the PlayStation 5 and the Pro are too good. It's like you don't feel an angst. You don't feel an internal sort of gnawing sense of like, I want to get on a new machine. This machine's got, is it doesn't have great performance, or, a new machine would look better, run better, blah, blah, blah. You don't feel that. Right? You don't feel that. You don't feel the need to do that. And I think that's a significant issue, is that they gave you a really nice device. You're like, yeah, I don't really need the next one. That's going to play a significant role in how this all plays out as well. Switch 2 isn't all physical. Key cards don't count. Yeah, Switch 2 is not even all physical anyway. Can we at least keep what we got? It's getting ugly. They're going to be a big revolt against this, says Keefe. And I hope everyone stands up to this and fights back. I don't buy digital game. Look at the end of gaming. This sucks. All right, let me just push back on this sky is falling, this is the end of gaming thing. All right, let me just push back. If the vast majority of consumers have just switched to purchasing digital only, and the industry's been just fine the entire time that's been happening, how does this represent the end of gaming? Like, do you see where I'm coming from on this? Like, this can't represent the end of gaming because the people have already been doing this. The consumers have already rallied to digital. Like, PlayStation, like, Steam is digital only. Look at how massive Steam is. Look at games that go viral and are incredibly successful on Steam, and it's all digital only. Like, I feel like some of you guys are way jumping ahead into fatalism on this. It's like, boys, PC is alive and well and huge, and it's digital only. The ending of ownership? It's not the ending of ownership. So when does Steam right now, then nobody owns a single thing. You don't own the games. You don't own anything. It's the same thing. It's a license of a game in a library, in a digital library. You know what I'm saying? Wait, hang on. Tags wouldn't save. Yeah. It's weird. Yes, it is. Well, you didn't answer my question. So you would argue right now that the PC has had no ownership unless you go GOG. Steam libraries, they have no ownership. It's not ownership. I think we need better digital protection so that it's not considered a license. But I still think we own something. It's not like we own nothing. I think that's it's just too exaggerated for me to agree with. I don't want it to end like this. It won't. Look at Steam. Digital only and thriving. So many devs succeeding over there. Yeah, again, it's now you guys are being too fatalistic about this. I'm not happy about it. But, like, this isn't the end. Thanks, GTA 6. GTA 6 probably reacted to what Sony was doing, to be fair. I don't think this is GTA 6's fault. I don't think this is GTA 6's fault. I think GTA 6 is a reaction to what PlayStation told them was coming. PlayStation was like, hey, man, we're getting rid of discs, dude. And they're like, Say no more, fam. Say no more. And they're like, we're not doing a disc. Hang on, I got a message here. What's this say? I'm being told here that Blu-ray technology cannot be single-handedly propped up by Sony for forever. There are logistics associated with ending physical media. Blu-ray disc lasers and drives take many partners to be involved. You can't get partners to make parts on old technology. There's no new physical medium to take over. It's similar to how hard it is to get CD player these days. That's a whole nother aspect of this. If you're trying to order Blu-ray pieces and parts for your PlayStation 6, and all the people that make them are like, brother, nobody wants this crap anymore. Nobody needs this crap anymore. We're not making this, or we're gonna charge you an arm and a leg to keep making Blu-ray hardware. What I just read is incredibly important. That's a perspective I hadn't considered. Sony can't prop up and maintain Blu-ray infrastructure globally by themselves. If everybody's moving away, consumers are moving away from buying Blu-rays, from buying Blu-ray players. That infrastructure and edifice is crumbling. Sony can't be like, oh, we'll shoulder it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, that makes perfectly good sense. It's like, what do you want them to do? Panasonic literally just released a new 4K player. Right, but Cat Uncle, listen to what I'm saying. If demand is going down, then the people that make the pieces and the parts are selling less of them, which means they're going to start to charge more for them. So as hardware prices are increasing, you've also got the people probably manufacturing the Blu-ray stuff saying, we got to charge more, man. We're not selling nearly as many pieces and parts for Blu-ray players. Consumers are buying less Blu-rays. Demand goes down, sales go down, less money. What happens when demand goes down for something and you still have all that supply? What are you going to do? Well, you're going to raise your prices. You're like, well, we're going to charge more to anybody who wants Blu-ray pieces and Blu-ray laser parts. Tell that to Blu-ray movies, which still sell incredibly well on physical disc. According to who? Where do you think the average, number is on the physical sales of Blu-ray discs scoped out for 5 years, Christopher? Brother, I love you, but you're in denial if you think that they're still selling like they used to. They're probably on a perpetual decline. And Blu-ray players are expensive now. Of course they are. Because the demand has gone down. Less people are buying them and needing them. Dude, when I worked at Best Buy, I was selling DVD players every 30 minutes. Now, they're probably selling a Blu-ray player every 3 hours. Maybe. The average person's not walking in these business establishments and buying a Blu-ray player and walking out with Blu-rays. Consumers have moved on. According to the numerous outlets that have reported on it, Christopher Nolan's last movie sold out on Blu-ray. You're going to exceptions to the rule, which ends up proving the rule. Blu-ray sales are increasing right now. Across the board, you are probably going to be cherry-picking individual movies and things that are selling and going up, while actively, certain movies you go and you can't even find them on Blu-ray. It's declined from what it used to be. I'm not in denial about that. That's my point, is that if you scope this out 5 years from now, okay, picture my children, okay? My kiddos have no concept of what y'all are talking about. What do you think they're going to do when they make up a huge portion of the buying populace within entertainment 10 years from now? So my daughter is 12 and my son is 10. When they're in their 20s, what do you think they're going to do? What do you think they're going to do with their spending money? Do you think they're going to be buying Blu-rays? No. They're growing up in a household where they go and push a button on a remote and watch Bluey anytime they want. They're not going to be buying Blu-rays. And in the grand scheme of things, just because the sales are going up, you always have to be careful looking at a sales increase, because you could be looking at a sales increase against a terrible number. And you're like, Blu-ray sales are up 12%. Yeah, and they were probably in a terrible state before that. So it's up 12% from a bad number. That doesn't mean you're going to see companies pivoting to be like, yeah, Blu-ray is the future. Blu-ray sales are up 12% from 2024 to 2025. Let's all guess why Blu-ray sales might be increasing compared to where they were. What are we getting distance from? We're getting distance from COVID, where everything became a digital consumption funnel. And everything probably cratered. Physical sales of things like Blu-rays probably cratered during and after COVID. And if it's on a rise, it's probably going up from how low it was during that era. So again, you've got to be so careful looking at these numbers. If you zoom all the way out and you think about what these companies are probably facing, they are probably facing measured demand decline for Blu-ray players and Blu-ray movies. Over time, it's going to get worse, because you're going to have an entire generation like my kiddos 10 years from now being like, why would I buy a Blu-ray player and why would I buy a Blu-ray? Why? Well, what am I going to do with that? Smooth Jazz says, I see them down year over year, 9.3%. They didn't. They've been mostly stable since 2018. If the Blu-ray players are going up in price, I would hazard a guess that's because they're either becoming more expensive to make, because everything's becoming more expensive to make, and it could also be tied to the fact that they're selling less of them. They're selling less of them. So the question would be, again, if these companies are scoping out 10 years from now, they're probably thinking about, well, we're not on a trajectory of growth, so why would we reinvest in this? They're going to start charging more to make them. Blu-ray is seeing a resurgence. I highly doubt it lasts. I have severe doubts that lasts. I really do. I cannot see that being an enduring thing. I just can't. I also wonder, like, are there pockets where that's taking off that are misrepresenting the growth? Like, you could have certain regions where people are going crazy for Blu-ray. Volume of sell-through when sales drop, that makes it cost more per unit. DVD still being around is insane. Who the F is buying Blu-rays? I don't know. Think about it from this perspective, okay? I think you guys we're getting lost in the forest and we're not looking at the trees here, okay? What I initially said was the infrastructure of Blu-ray parts and pieces for the players themselves. On average, I would guess there are less companies making Blu-ray players, which means the manufacturers of the lasers and the pieces and the parts are moving less pieces and parts, which means they're going to raise their per piece price for somebody like PlayStation. So if PlayStation's scoping out a PlayStation 6 and they're dealing with that reality, they're like, that's just going to raise the price of this thing. We don't want to do that. Weezy says, look at the numbers overall, not just year over year. This is such a bad faith argument. If something has steadily decreased for 10 years, but had 1 year where it had a slight surge, which is literally what this is, that's not a growth pattern. I think that's so well stated, Weezy. I think you guys are getting lost in the microcosm of it. You got to zoom all the way out. You have to zoom all the way out. Like, what I originally stated wasn't even about the sales of the discs themselves. I was talking about the actual manufacturers, the guys making the lasers and all the pieces and parts. If you want a nice Blu-ray drive for your PlayStation 6, the company making those pieces and parts is probably making and selling less pieces and parts than they ever have, which means they're going to charge PlayStation more money. They're going to be like, listen, demand for what we do is going down. We don't have as many people out here making Blu-ray players. So we're going to charge you more. And PlayStation's sitting here saying, brother, we're getting rinsed on memory and hard drives. Like, the last thing we want to do is spend more money on a disk drive. They're trying to lower their actual production costs of the PlayStation 6. I know you're probably right, but it really sucks. Cheatcode says no one said growth pattern. Literally no one said growth pattern. Right, but Cheatcode, were you listening to the argumentation that I was interacting with? Wheezy is falsifying the word that was being hinted at. People were speaking as if there was growth. They were speaking as if there was a resurgence. And it's like, that's why I said you got to zoom all the way out. Historically speaking, this is not something that is seeing long-term growth patterns. It's on a decline. Trust Reforged to defend Sony on this and blame Xbox. I've been streaming for 3 hours and haven't defended Sony once, and I haven't blamed Xbox once. You're just one of those small-brained people that believes lies about me, and that's your own fault. I stand and look at you and think that you're probably a small person, both mentally and probably physically. I'm short, but I don't go around lying about people. All I'm adding perspective on is they're facing rising costs. I'm not defending it. All morning I've said this is loss of consumer choice. This sucks. People with PS5 digital libraries better be able to play them. We need digital protections. We need to be protected against these companies taking our ownership away, as well as not letting us have refunds. I've been saying things like that all morning. The only perspective I'm adding right now is if PlayStation's facing down the barrel of rising cost of Blu-ray parts because people are making less Blu-ray players, they can't shoulder that entire industry on their own and be like, oh, we'll keep carrying the candle for Blu-ray. People in your chat are lying. Sony, one of the biggest players of Blu-ray, pulled out several of their hardware offerings several years ago. What is this? Paul, what is this representing right here? Let me pull this image up. Hang on. That's my thumbnail room. Then I want to accidentally click on DMs. There we go. And then Discord needs to be over here. Value in millions USD by format. So the money each of them formats is making per year. So y'all want to think again about why, like, you want to think again about why PlayStation's like, we're not going to make a Blu-ray drive for this thing. And Blu-ray manufacturers and Blu-ray parts, manufacturers and providers, they're all probably looking at the same thing. They're like, this is not in demand anymore. It's going down. Like, the issue that you're always going to face here is that consumers spoke with their wallet. They spoke with their wallet. And what they did is they went for convenience. There's a report here that Wheezy just put in there that, like, the end of 2025, consumers spent more than $62 billion on movies and television shows consumed at home. Like, Sony created Blu-ray, did they not? Right, but for themselves then, right? If they're making less Blu-ray players and they're making less Blu-ray profits, that's going to change the calculus on their desire and want and need to make Blu-ray disc drives. if they have less people paying into that infrastructure. I don't know who makes the pieces and parts. I don't, but you can't expect Sony to shoulder the entire Blu-ray edifice on their own if this is the decline we're facing. That's the issue, is that, smudge my glasses, if the consumers are moving away from it, what do you expect the companies to do? I'm not defending the choice. I'm saying this is what happened. This is where we are. And if listen, if you PC boys have been digital all this time, that played a factor too. I mean, you want to blame console guys for going digital only. The PC guys have been digital only for how long? So that's less discs being made, distributed, and paid for. How many Blu-ray drives are getting made for computers these days? How many? What do you think that did to the infrastructure of making Blu-ray players and Blu-ray drives? What do you think that did to that? You know what I'm saying? Like, consumers at large, globally, we brought this about as much as the companies. I'm not defending them. I'm just saying we all played our part. We all played our part. Go and look at how many Blu-ray drives are being sold and made for PCs right now. How many? What would you even need it for if you're using it for gaming? What would you even use it for? All your Steam games digital, your GOG games digital. Dan with a $5 super chat. Social liberal ideology at practice. You'll own nothing and be happy. You lefties have no room to complain, and this will spread if allowed. Dan, I gotta tell you, man, I've read some dumb things in my life, and that is one of them. Thinking that has anything to do with the consumer emergent behavior of going toward the path of least resistance and buying and using digital products. Like, imagining that has anything to do with your imagined boogeyman of the left, that is absolutely absurd. You know what I mean? You paid me $5 to read that, and I feel like I got ripped off. Come on, bro. I will not buy another PlayStation. Sony, you can keep this. It's better buying digital games on Steam, Xbox, and GOG. Better customer service. How is Xbox better? I don't actually know. GOG and Steam makes sense, but how is Xbox better? It has everything to do with digital? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It does not have anything to do with digital. The existence of digital media and consumers reacting to convenience has absolutely nothing to do with what you're saying. It doesn't. This is literally the symbiotic relationship between consumer and company. They started providing something that was really, really easy to access, right? They started providing something that's really easy to access. So people respond and they buy it and they consume it. It's like the explosion of a social media platform like TikTok, right? Like, it's like, oh, it's here, it's easy to use, it's fun, people respond to it, they chase it, and they do it. Pretending this has anything to do with like left versus right politics is some of the most thoughtless armchair analysis I think I've ever heard. Like, that's so armchair. You're not even getting into the depth of what has happened here. Like, there are so many things that have emerged out of the fact that it's just convenient. DoorDash, going and sitting outside a Target, and then they bring everything to you. My wife doesn't even have to go into Kroger to grocery shop anymore. That's market, supply and demand relationship. Button press unwound. Tomaton, thank you so much for 11 months and for using your Prime. Bro is defending $1 billion corporation, shilling like a canary. Who are you talking about? Bro is a Sony shilling meat burger. Ghost Rider, who are you talking about? The funny part is that complaining about these changes is the most lefty thing you could be doing in the moment, if you want to even call it that. I don't think it has anything to do with that either. Button pressed here. Unwound, doing it in both places. Thank you so much for 25 months. And a member plus. I love physical media, but digital is just pure convenience for me. I've said multiple times this morning, I switched to digital only. I did. But I also don't like people having their choices taken away. I don't like people buying up a PlayStation 5 physical collection and then not being able to play it on their PlayStation 6. I call this a massive L. That's my position on this. Listen, if I show up in any content this week or on the weekend and they try to contort anything I've said into being a pony or shilling or defending Sony, they are quite literally not even trying anymore to hide the fact that they're liars. Like, I have not once this morning tried to defend this. I've said I don't like it. I don't like loss of consumer choice. Anybody that does that is volitionally choosing to lie, and they have no integrity. They have no moral compass if you're going to take somebody's content and just bold-faced lie about it. Like, not once today have I attempted to defend this. Now, it's clearly not as simple as, like, Sony hates us and they're greedy. This is an emergent property of the market. You've continued to see consumers flock to digital. Like, you PC boys can't sit here and act like, oh yeah, you weren't a part of this emergent property. You guys have been digital for how long? No need for the drives, no need for the discs. That's going to have an impact on the market. It's going to. Same thing started happening on console. People started flocking to digital. Less need for the discs, less need for the drives. What's that going to do? It's going to make a company say, why are we bothering with this? That's not defending it. That's just diagnosis. It's like, this is an emergent property. This is exactly what happens when the market shifts away from something. It's something we've seen time and time again. Consumers are going to take the path of least resistance. It's more convenient. It's easier. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to leave your waifu body pillow at home to go to Best Buy to buy your PC games anymore. You can just click in Steam and thank Lord Gabe. Like, you don't have to do that. And that 100% is playing a role here. Guaranteed what I just said will get contorted and twisted to he's blaming PC gamers. I'm not blaming anybody. That, again, will be a volitional lie. That'll be a complete misrepresentation of my position. That'll be somebody intentionally lying about me. I am simply saying this is what happens when the market starts to shift and say, we're totally fine with digital. I'm as much to blame as anybody. I did the same thing. It's not a particular group's fault. It's not a particular person's fault. We all responded to convenience, and it affected the market. It did. Because it's just easier. And so we're staring down the barrel of a purely digital gaming world going forward. That's what we're staring down the barrel of. Which is why I've continued to say the thing we should fight for is protections. We need protections. We need ownership protections. We need the ability to refund digital items. That's what I've been saying, and that's what I've been fighting for. Because I think that is what matters. Did you guys just get an echo? You probably just got an echo. Yeah, I didn't have frickin' Firefox muted. Sorry about that. Like, if this is what consumers have done and decided, if consumers have shifted in this direction, and they've said, I'm going to go digital, I'm going to flock to digital. If that's where we've gone and that's where we've decided that we're going to do, and PlayStation's going to respond and say, well, okay, here you go. Here's digital. We're not doing physical anymore. I also think then the market should react and switch, and we should be better protected. We should be protected against the ability to just revoke a license. Convenience over everything these days. That's exactly right. That's what we did. Michael Dorsey with 41 months says physical was on its way out this gen when it started with digital only console. It sucks for the physical player. The TOS needs to have a modern update. I tell you what we're going to do. Dan, you're taking the day off. You're bringing politics to the stream. And that's not even worth your super chats. It's not. It's not worth your super chats to let you come in and be doing that. I'm not doing this with you today. I'm not. I'm a physical collector myself, says Brandon, but I'm painfully aware that I'm a minority in the market. As much as I don't like it, I don't expect to be catered to. Corporations follow the market. The market has spoken. This is just like if you were really, really big on having a collection of cassettes or having a collection of CDs, right? The same thing happened. Like, that industry just moved away from the thing that you were investing in. It just did. And it sucked because it was like, I remember having a whole thing of cassettes. Then I remember having a whole thing of CDs. I had like an Encyclopedia Britannica-sized black thing for my car that held all my CDs, and then the industry moved away from it all, and now that collection, it's not even really worth anything. Like, what am I gonna do with it? I just open up Spotify and I'm like, yeah, let me hear some Foo Fighters, instead of like going and pulling the disc out. Nobody stopped complaining this much when Best Buy stopped selling DVDs. Oh, I bet people complained. People definitely complained because they invested in hardware and they invested in collections, and then everything shifted and moved. 100% people complained. It sucks when this happens. It's not good. None of this is good, but it also isn't as simple as being like, this company sucks and is greedy and hates us. It's like, they're kind of reacting to what we've been doing for a really long time as the consumer. We've been reacting to convenience. And we clustered around digital. Like moths to flame. We were like, yep, this is more convenient. This is easy. Movies, games, TV shows, all of it. Like moths to flame. We were like, yeah, this is more convenient. I'm speaking about myself when I say that. You'll own nothing and be happy. I will own no PlayStation and be happy. So simple. It's highly possible that the EU imposes game preservation before 2028, though. This could actually help with preservation as well as digital refund policies. That's the only silver lining here. The silver lining is it's like this could literally help us argue as consumers to be better protected. We could argue and say, hey, if you're going to make this the only option, then we're not protected properly. That's the only good thing that could come out of this. Two good things could come out of this. The fight for preservation of games so that digitally they're consumable 15 years from now. Like, I can't play Coleco games. It's incredibly difficult. My dad has a working Coleco, and eventually that Coleco is going to stop working. Those games are going to get lost. When I have grandchildren, I won't have the ability. Now, obviously, you know, generative AI could come in here and actually do some good. I know people hate generative AI, but if generative AI could come in and literally scan old games like Frenzy and River Raid and just recreate them to be playable digitally, that would be incredible. And then I could be like, hey, grandchildren, this is what I played when I was 7 years old. This is what I played with my dad when I was 10. You know, so, and it'd be great if Nintendo and other companies were pushed to preserve their games digitally. So I could be like, this is The Legend of Zelda, right? This is Ghost of Tsushima. That would be great. Digital preservation. The other thing we could fight for and argue for is we need protection with respect to refunds. This is a product and a good that can be sold incomplete or broken or below quality. We should be able to give it back. And like, I don't want this. within a reasonable amount of time. Like, you roll credits, you can't get your money back. You can know that the times are changing and not be happy about it. Yeah, you can be not happy about it, but you can also say, all right, okay, well, this is grounds for us to argue that we need better protections. Because the refund policies are a joke, and the ownership is I think the ownership is too tenuous. I don't think the ownership is strong enough. We need better and more concrete definitions of ownership, because we currently don't have it. We currently have a license that can be, revoked, which I think is a freaking joke. Looking at you, Bungie. We're not getting protection. Lobbyists, unfortunately, have the power. Well, yes and no, because gamers are a pretty big group of people. So you start to rally and you start to organize and say, "Hey, this is not right." You can get stuff passed. Stop Killing Games lost in the EU. They're going to California now to get new laws passed. The EU is still going to do something, but not what they wanted. The EU got lobbied. That's why they lost. I said that Stop Killing Games was going to face significant pushback because the companies weren't going to want it to go through because it was going to cost the companies money. So you're always going to be facing that, unfortunately. You're going to be facing the fact that, like, the companies don't want this stuff to succeed. They don't. Sony's greed knows no bounds. They need every digital sale they can get. It's the only way they can afford to launch the next system. They're so close to bankruptcy, it's not even funny. LOL. Pure fan fiction. You anti-Sony guys write pure fan fiction, man. You literally need to stop watching grifters. To think that PlayStation is close to bankruptcy as they're literally the source of Sony's greatest, like, revenue income. Like, it's just this absurd, just pure fan fiction. You guys need to stop watching the grifters and the liars. They literally propagandize you into looking like an absolute idiot. Like, you guys look so dumb when you type stuff like that. Lona, the problem is, and will be and continues to be, is a lot of these companies have essentially stolen most of the possible protections that we could have as consumers for decades. This is a completely uphill battle where we are starting at ground zero basically as consumers. That doesn't mean that we can't win. That doesn't mean that we can't get better protections and better treatment. A fight being hard doesn't assure that the fight is lost. Devil's advocate, I think corporations would argue we went this long without protections. Shouldn't be any different now. Well, the corporation can argue that, but I would fire back and say consumer choice is being limited now. If the only way to consume this medium becomes digital, then those digital purchases need to be treated as normal purchases, and they've not been for a very, very long time. Like, you could cheat on your taxes for 20 years. That doesn't mean that the bill's not going to come due. Like, they've been getting away with this for years. It doesn't mean that the bill shouldn't come due. We shouldn't say, hey, we've not been properly protected as consumers on digital purchases for literal years. The impetus now is that this is our only option. We should be protected. If this is our only choice, then we should be better protected. The impetus for the argumentation here is that you have taken choice from the consumer. And if you take choice from the consumer, and this is their only option, we should be better protected. Because they could actually argue up to this point, you're choosing to buy digital. That's your choice. You could buy physical. You're choosing to buy digital. As soon as I can't make that choice, now I'm going to argue, no, this is the only thing I can do. You're not properly protecting me. You're allowing me to buy something that can be just taken away. Concord effect is going crazy? I don't even know what you mean by that. Concord has nothing to do with this. Are you guys going to do that in like 15 years? Yeah, man. This is because of Concord. Like a controller will be more expensive in 15 years, and you'll blame Concord. By then, the fan fiction around Concord will be they spent $85 billion on Concord. You know what I mean? All the made up numbers and fan fiction we've had to listen to about Concord, it'll inflate in the next 15 years. So that any frustrations that happen, it'll be, yeah, if they wouldn't have spent $85 billion on Concord, we wouldn't be here. I give it 5 to 10 years. Hopefully we get things to be more in our favor. It'll take some new blood in government. That's true as well. That's true as well. We need young bloods not so beholden to the establishment. I've been a PlayStation customer for 25 years, but this is the last straw for me. PS5 will be my last generation. Lots of PS fans saying this. There's a lot of PlayStation fans saying that. Concord strikes again. Yeah, Concord has become the thanks Obama of PlayStation. It's like anything that's bad, it's like, yeah, thanks Concord. You know? Good job, Concord. The PlayStation 6 is going to come out and, somebody will open theirs and it won't work. And they'll be like, frickin' Concord. Good job, Concord. I just won't be buying PS5 games as of 2028. This guy says, nope, I'm good. The world's almost over anyway. Get over it. LOL, what? We're all going to be dead in 10 days anyway when Godzilla comes out of the ocean. RIP PlayStation. I suppose it doesn't really bother me one bit either way. Yeah, it's not going to be a RIP PlayStation. You'll own nothing and be happy. You'll own a revocable license and be happy. Yeah. My dog died. Concord. I blame Concord every morning. That's right. Stub your toe. Thanks, Concord. Sony is now dead to me. PlayStation 5 will be my last console. Sony was my first. Eggman's voice. No more Funland happens now. Cancel your subscription, says Player 8. A $5 super chat from Draconic Frost. So we will own nothing going forward. Been a customer since 2002. I got the PlayStation 2 brand new with Metal Gear Solid. They lost a customer. I'll stick with my PS3. It's not that you're going to own nothing. People that have a Steam library own those games. They own a license. I own Ghosts of Yote. They can't just take it from me without there being some measure of consequence. Like if they start just taking licenses away, there'd be a class action lawsuit. It's not in their interest to do it. They had the power to do it, but it's not in their interest to just revoke licenses, okay? It's not that we don't own it. It's that it's not properly protected. You own it. It's not properly protected. It's not properly defined. So the issue is it's mutual destruction if they just start revoking people's licenses. Chrono with 4 months, thank you. We're 15 away from the next milestone. It's mutual destruction. It would not be in their business interest. If they just start revoking licenses, the people would just stop buying games. They'd be like, well, you're just going to take it away if you feel like it. My library is always under threat then. Right? Like, it's not in their interest to flex that power. It isn't. The only times we see that power flex is when people get banned for cheating. Or banned because we were finding out you took part of my cancel, Bungie. So right now, it's not in Steam's interest to do that. Steam could totally do that. Steam could wake up tomorrow and be like, this Dave character, he sucks. I'm going to take all of his games away. They could do it. You can't sue. You agreed to revoking of the license. No, there'd be a class action because it would be considered a breach. Like, if they started doing that, they would 100% get sued. Saying you can't sue is ludicrous. People would sue. They would say, no. This is an abuse of your power and you're revoking licenses without cause. They would 100% get sued and the consumer would win. If right now PlayStation walked out and said, your libraries are gone, we took them back, you own nothing digitally, class action lawsuit, and they would lose. Without question, they would lose. There is not a doubt in my mind they would lose that class action lawsuit. They would destroy themselves if they did that. Isn't PlayStation closing the store? Closing the store doesn't mean that you lose the games. It means you can't boot up a PlayStation 3 and go to the store and buy games anymore. They're doing the same thing with the Vita. Like, you will still keep your games. You can't go to the store. You can't turn on a PlayStation 3 and go and buy games once the store shut down. Closing of a digital store is totally normal. That's actually not abnormal. It doesn't mean you lose the games that you own. Makes sense they use Rockstar as the catapult. Rockstar definitely knew ahead of time with GTA 6. I actually agree with that. PC's been digital for a decade. No big deal. Many see it that way. They're like, well, PC's been digital. What's the big deal? You know what I mean? Who cares? And I don't necessarily agree with them. Good for you. This guy's like, I'm excited to be all digital. Switched over to PC gaming about 5 years ago. Welcome to the club, console gamers. It's kind of true. GTA 6 is going to be a disaster from a consumer standpoint. $100 AAA gaming has been waiting for a paradigm shift to normalize their greedy price hikes so they can continue to chip away at our rights. They did this with the Switch 2, and now they're back to finish the job. Gaming was more expensive in the past, though. Like, this idea that they're trying to slip this in, they're so greedy. It's like, gaming is cheaper now than it was when I was growing up. Like, I get that it's frustrating, and I know inflation sucks, but like, we've been eating so good for like 20 years. We've been gaming cheaper for 20 years. It still hasn't caught up. Even with game prices going up to 70, even with GTA at 80, we are still not even remotely competing with how expensive gaming was back then. Not even remotely. This means the PS6 will be digital only, no optional disc drive available forever. The disc drive is the unknown. I don't agree with that. We don't know that they're not doing a disc drive. That's not true. 15% is a lot of people. I don't know what to buy. I feel bad for the people that continue to buy physical. So PlayStation is dead. Good job, Sony. The majority are digital only. So no. Not dead at all. Sorry. I know people are hoping that, but you can't look at the growth and the success of Steam and act like this is the end of Sony. That doesn't make an ounce of sense. Like, I understand being frustrated. I understand even feeling like, yeah, I'm not going to do this, but where are you going to go? You going to go to Xbox? You going to go to Nintendo? You going to go to Steam? I don't know who the frick this guy is. Get the frick out of my chat. Take your politics and your diatribes and get the frick out. The false equivalency strikes again. What false equivalency are you speaking to? With your 6-month-old account, I'm sure you're not using the word false equivalency because you've heard me use it and you think you're clever. What false equivalency? Go ahead and walk it out for us with your alt account. I'll play your game. I'll play your game. I'm your Huckleberry. What false equivalency? Go ahead. Chat's yours. You got my attention. I'm bored of reading comments on the upload. Would love to hear from you. If there's a disc drive option for the PS6, then there will still be games released physically through companies like Limited Run Games. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. So if they provide the ability for you to use a physical disc drive, maybe the one from your PlayStation 5, it could be purely for back compat. It could be 100% for backwards compatibility and not for you to play future games. They're literally saying there will not be physical games for PlayStation after that point. Can you read my question in chat? What'd you ask? I asked this question earlier, but do you think once the servers are gone, you can still install games that we purchased? I'm not sure how that works because there are backwards compatible games right now I can go get on my PlayStation 5. So I don't know how it works. You would have to look into it. I don't know all the intricacies of it. There are probably games that you won't be able to download, yes, because some of the backwards compatibility from PS3 era is like they're working on it, but it's not all the games right now. It isn't. You don't have access to all of them. I can't believe the guy that said another false equivalency on an alt account didn't reply to my inquiry. I cannot believe that happened. Limited Run Games literally takes games that don't get physical releases and they give them physical releases even if it's a few years after its initial release. Christopher, read the blog, brother. Like you're hurting my heart because you're making me like burst your bubble. Brother, read the blog. There won't be games. PlayStation consoles, okay? Physical game disc production for all new games releasing on PlayStation consoles will be discontinued starting in January. There won't be physical versions of the games. There won't be. They're saying it. You've read the blog? You're not taking this part in right here. Physical game disc production for all new games releasing on PlayStation consoles will be discontinued. I'm telling you, there's not going to be limited run games. I don't think is going to be able to make discs. There isn't going to be an infrastructure for it. There's not going to be a way to do it. If there's a disc drive on the PlayStation 6, it's going to be for back compat only. If I'm wrong, so be it. I wouldn't put any eggs in this basket. I would not be like, oh no, limited run will still be able to make us games. I'll be able to play games on that disc drive. It ain't happening, brother. It is not happening. The way that blog post reads, it's over. Physical, gone. Not happening going forward for PlayStation. Don't most modern physical discs not contain the entire game? No, that's actually not true. I thought the same thing. Most of the games, the whole game is there. There's a company and a Twitter account called, like a website. It's called Does It Run or something like that. It'll tell you the list of games that the whole game's on the disc. It's way more than you would think. It's actually, I think, the majority. A small minority of games are like, yeah, it's not on the disc. You gotta like, it's like a license or whatever. Does It Play is the name of it, yeah. I was under the same impression. I thought most games, when you bought them, I thought, no, the game's not there. It's like a disc that like says, oh yeah, the license is here, and then it downloads it from the server or whatever. That's not true. Yeah, you get the day one patches, but that's not always necessary. This guy says, just get a PC. Yeah, go to a completely digital environment to avoid a digital environment. What an amazing strategy. They won't stop limited run games from making physical copy of a PlayStation 6 game, even if it's down the road several years later. Why? You're not, Christopher, man, I love you, but you're not making an ounce of sense. Why would they not? What? I can't even formulate the sentence. What do you mean they're not going to stop them? There isn't going to be physical games for the PlayStation. They're not doing it. So how would they make it? How? Like, you're talking about like an operating system interface that won't exist anymore. There's not going to be like a PlayStation 6 OS interface to be like, oh yeah, here is Spider-Man 3. What? You can't just print the games. You would literally have to go to Sony to get the permission to do it. And they're going to say no. Do you not know what they do as a company? Yeah, I know what they do. They go and they have to enter into an agreement to do what you're talking about. So you think PlayStation's going to walk out and say no more physical releases, but then they're going to enter into agreements with limited run games. Oh, let's also talk about the fact that if a third-party company wants to do that, PlayStation would have to be okay with it and have the software in place to make it work. Not talking about Sony games? Stream delay. I'm ahead of you. I already addressed the third-party thing just now. They'd have to agree to it. You can't just be like, oh, but we entered into an agreement with this company. It's a third-party game. Sony's going to be like, we don't give a frick. We don't have a hard drive, or I'm sorry, we don't have a disk drive for this thing. Like, what are you talking about? So what you're saying, I really want you to think about what you're saying, Christopher. You're saying they're going to make this announcement. They're going to take the massive optic PR hit, but they're still going to make disk drives for the PlayStation 6. You're talking about first-party games? No, I'm not. I'm talking about all games, brother. You're not, I don't think you're thinking about this from the angle that I am. I feel like we're looking at two sides of the elephant. You're seeing the tail, and I'm seeing the trunk. Pause. Like, listen to what I'm saying to you. They're taking a huge PR hit with this announcement. You think they're going to take that PR hit, and then they're going to make disk drives for the PlayStation 6? Why would they spend the money? Why? Hardware is getting absurd to build, and they're going to spend money making disk drives. I think I just said hard drives. They're going to make disk drives for the PlayStation 6 so that you can go to limited run games every once in a while. They're not going to do it. If you can get a disk drive working on a PlayStation 6, it's going to be the one you have right now for your PlayStation 5 or Pro, and it's only going to be for back compat. Homie, I'd put $100 bet on that. They're not going to take this massive PR hit in the market and then still make disk drives for the 6. Why would they shoulder the hardware cost? Why? For what reason? There's no return on that investment. What money are they going to make? What money are they going to make, my friend, off of those disk drives? What? So Sony's just saying, F all gamers, we can't get older games that limited run games would release? Okay. I want you to think big picture. Think really, really big picture here. Imagine that you're Sony for just a second. Okay, you're thinking consumer, which is fine. But I want you to imagine you're Sony for just a second. Do you give a single frick about that? You're facing astronomical rising hardware costs, rising development costs, inflation across the board everywhere. And you're like, oh, but we really got to worry about limited run in old games that probably generate almost no revenue at all for us. Think like Sony. Think like Sony. They're cutting off millions of people who have PS4 and PS5 games on disc. Does that generate money for Sony? I'm not defending them. I'm saying think like Sony. Think like an executive. right now dealing with everything they're dealing with, facing down everything they're facing down, do you think they're like, oh, but the people with discs? As most of their money and revenue comes from digital purchases. I hate this for you, and I hate this for the people with physical collections, but you have to think like an executive. And the executive level is going to say, this is a waste of money. Making the disk drives, waste of money. Making the discs, waste of money. It's a waste of money going forward. That's what they're saying. They're looking at this purely data-driven. That's all they're doing. Doesn't make it good, doesn't make it right. That's just the cold, hard math of it. It's just it's totally emotionless in this discussion. It is emotionless. It's who the frick cares about that? We're trying to survive. And we don't survive making discs and physical going forward. They actually benefit more. There's no longer a secondhand market anymore, says Wheezy. They're already losing money from secondhand market existing. This culls that. Limited run games caters to a very niche market, says Brandon. Sony isn't losing sleep over this. $5 super chat from Kev says, Sony legit still made Betamax tapes until 2016, so maybe there's hope. I am not trying to be the killer of dreams right now, right? I am become Lono, destroyer of dreams. I'm not trying to destroy your dreams. I'm just trying to give you just the absolute cold fact slap in the face. They are literally telling you that going forward, this is their vision. It's digital. And you don't have to like it. I'm not defending it, and I don't like consumers losing choice. I don't like anything about this. We don't have to like the things that are happening to stare at them straight-faced. I can dislike something and stare at a straight face. I'm like, this is what they're doing. I spent thousands of dollars buying PS4 games and PS5 games. It won't be playable anymore. Christopher, that's why the primary thing I said that really I was worried about was if you have a PlayStation 4 and a PlayStation 5 physical library, what the frick happens to that going forward? That I think is a completely valid concern. And that's what I said. I was like, are you going to be able to get a disc drive for the PlayStation 6? So that your library dies if not. It dies. Same way Nintendo libraries died if you can't find a working Nintendo. Like, your cartridges are worthless at that point. People are acting like Sony's going to take away their PS5. Homie, disc drives break down. They wear out and stop working. Hardware breaks down. Obsolescence is there. Sometimes it is emergent obsolescence. Sometimes it's planned. And it's literally designed to fail. You know, the $10 toaster at Target is a bit of both, right? It's emergent obsolescence or whatever it's called. Systemic obsolescence, where like they're making it with the cheapest parts possible. That's why you can buy it for $10. And because they're making it with the cheapest parts possible, it's going to break down faster than the $50 toaster. Planned obsolescence is when the thing is literally designed to break after so many uses so that you have to buy another one because they want you to keep coming back to them. Like appliances, when my dad was buying them, these frickin' appliances would go for 50 years. Now appliances, you're lucky if you can get 10 years out of a good appliance. So yeah, there is an element here where like your physical library is under threat. Because if you can't get a disc drive for the PlayStation 6, what are you going to do to maintain access to that library? That's why I said this the other day. I'm not defending taking choice away from you, but I said this the other day. I said, digital's not the devil. Digital, at some level, is better for preservation. Because as long as it's protected, this is the element that there's a big giant asterisk on what I'm saying. As long as it's protected, digital's better for preservation because then I have an easier time booting up a future PlayStation and downloading a digital game that I own and saying, hey, I want my grandchildren to see Ghost of Tsushima. That's easier to do. If I need a disc and a working disc drive, that gets more complicated. Just like we move from VHS, just like we move from DVD, we're going to move. The medium's going to move. We can't statically stay here for forever. We're like, yeah, we're using Blu-rays for the next 50 years. You see what I'm saying? Like, digital isn't the devil. Digital can be, I think, better for preservation, but it has to be properly protected. It's easier to take a digital game and have it sitting somewhere on a server and download it onto a hard drive and play it. That's easier than trying to preserve the physical media. Oh, we had a blip. We switched ingest servers. Every single one of my consoles are original and still work. So you still have a working Nintendo and Super Nintendo? Like, that is a super, super rare thing. That's a super, super rare thing. Yeah, that's the fastest ingest server switch I think I've ever seen. And a 5-bomb comes in from Kev, and he says, we're going to be 10 away from 50. He's trying to tempt somebody to drop the 10 bomb, and I'll owe you guys a member. I'll actually owe YouTube 3 at this point if you guys snag it. I don't owe any to Twitch at this point. I'm all paid up on Twitch. With the next-gen internet, you can get the game faster over the net than off the Blu-ray drive. It's the same way with Game Boy games. They have an eternal battery, and once that dies, the cartridge is useless, and the battery replacement stock has dried up significantly. Yeah, digital is better for preservation if it's properly protected. That's the big catch. It's like, if it's not properly protected, then how can it be preserved? Right? Like, right now, you are operating on the assumption that in 15 years, you'll be able to go play your Steam games as long as you have a PC. Right? And as long as PlayStation's making PlayStations, I'm operating on the assumption I'll have access to my digital library. Right? We're operating on those assumptions. I think those assumptions need to be more grounded in protections. That's my personal belief on it. My personal belief is that it's great that we can presume these things for now. It's great that we can assume these things for now. But we cannot presume and assume these things without proper protections, because they are, at some level, they are very delicate. What's YouTube doing? Whenever we have those blips, your audio might be messing up now, and now you got to refresh. This bot keeps repeating the same stuff. Who are you talking about? Oh, this guy here? Oh, I was going to buy a PS6, but now it's not making sense for me. It will be too costly. No discs. It will be out of stock the moment it comes out. Guess I'll buy a PS5 disc edition. I read your comment. You don't have to keep posting it. Steam is not making Steam 2, so it makes sense that Steam is protected. Can you access your PS3 library from your PS5? Yeah, but that's not an equivalency. There's a reason that PS3 games in particular are a problem. Going forward, that's not the case. PS4, PS5, and forward, it should not be a concern about digital library continuity. Using PS3 as an example is an immediate invocation of bad faith. It's bad faith, and you know it. You do ask honestly? No, that's bad faith. You know that the PS3 library is a particular instance of problem. It's not them being like, screw you, you can't get access to your games. There's particular reasons that the PS3 games are not available. PS4 back compat, PS5 back compat. Going forward, that expectation has been set by PlayStation. That's the expectation is not that we're going to get into the PlayStation 6 and they're like, PS4 games are out. You know what I'm saying? Like, using PS3, like, that's bad faith. That's not something that they did intentionally, where they're like, yep, screw you PlayStation 5 owners, you can't get access to PS3. You never had a PS3, so I didn't know. That library in particular, it's an architectural problem. Those games can't just come over and run. It's an architectural problem. Going forward, that should not be a concern. They've basically set it up to where that doesn't happen again, where like an entire generation's library gets stuck. The PS3 is a giant thorn in the side of the entire ecosystem of PlayStation. If you didn't know that, then okay, you weren't being bad faith. But people always want to invoke PS3 to be like, they're going to take your games away. And it's like, that's not even why that's happening with PlayStation 3 games. It's not. Ouch. What's going to happen when PSN says sold out of the digital title? Ouch. I don't know what you mean. It's a fact, though. I had a large digital library on PS3 and must now rebuy all the games. My understanding is that they were working on rectifying that. Like, my understanding is that they were working to rectify that. That's not, and again, that's not something they did by design. They weren't like, yep, screw you, you can't access your PS3 games. They didn't do that on purpose. It was because of the architecture. They weren't like, yeah, we don't want you to be able to play those games. That wasn't the issue, and that wasn't the choice. I don't trust digital media and never will. I mean, you're in just a bad spot ideologically then, and I feel for you because that's where we are. That's where we are. I mean, you know what I mean? I feel for anybody who's like ideologically opposed to this because like you're powerless to stop it. This is where we are and this is where we're headed. Everything's digital. PC's been that way for how long? And now console's going to join it. It's where we are. Windows Central is reporting that the next Xbox will not have a disk drive. The dream was over before it started. Yeah, this is where we're going, man. This is where we're going. They were happy to sell us Uncharted and Last of Us remasters, though. What does that have to do with anything? People willingly bought those and enjoyed them. What do you mean? I bought The Last of Us remake and remaster, part 1 and part 2, and I loved playing through both of them. If they bring something to the market like that and you don't want it, then don't buy it. Plenty of us bought it and liked it. You know what I mean? Not a lot of time left, England. Reports not confirmed by Microsoft. If it comes from Windows Central, homie, that's not some guy on Twitter or like Reddit or something. Windows Central generally has good intel. I'm not so quick to give Sony grace that it was an intentional design to not focus on you playing old games and instead wanting you to focus on new games. Not saying it's guaranteed, but I'm not dismissing. The causality is the architecture, so I don't think there's reason to suspect anything else was going on. If they did that with the PS4 games, then I think you'd be able to make a better case. But the fact that they, during the generation where they had such really, really crazy growth and people really built libraries, they literally gave you that. Like PS4 to 5 was seamless. PS4 to 5 was seamless. Like, they didn't, then they had way more cause if they were going to try and disrupt back compat. That would have been the time to do it. That would have been the time to do it. But the move going forward, how hot is it out today? My AC is actually cycling. It's 91. Nice. If my AC is actually shutting off, that's a good thing. That means we're actually cooling the house. All the work I did last year on the house helped. Like literally, usually when it's in the 90s, my AC just runs all day. And it's cycling today. That's a good thing. We couldn't play Uncharted 1 through 3 because they were PS3 games. They didn't seem upset about selling us those again. Same could happen in the future. I think presuming malice about what they did with Uncharted is that's not well founded, because it was an entire problem with the PS3 catalog because of the architecture. Looking at the Uncharted games and being like, yeah, they did this and this was scummy, like there's some sort of malicious intent there, you're not going to compel me to think that. I don't think that's what they were doing. They weren't like, I've got an idea. Let's make it to where the entire PlayStation 3 library can't come forward because of architectural differences between the PS3 and the PS4. And then, we will get them when we sell the Uncharted collection. Like, come on. Like, that's you're never going to compel me to believe that was some kind of huge, sinister plan. You know, they don't benefit by you not being able to play those PS3 games. It actually doesn't benefit them. How'd you improve the house to help with the AC? I added more vents to the roof. And then my eaves. If you don't know what eaves are, I'm going to explain it just in case you don't because of stream delay. So your house, your roof usually goes like this. Okay? And there's this section here. You can look up and see it's flat, right? There's usually holes there. Those are your eaves. And if they're vented, what that does is those holes allow the air to go up and out the vents at the top, right? My house was not properly vented on top, and the eaves were not consistently vented either. So I had a bunch of vents added to the top. I had my eaves properly vented, and then I had my furnace was old. It was 19 years old. The blower was weak, and the heat exchange was cracked. So I got the furnace upgraded to a brand new one. Blower's way stronger. And now 90-something degrees out, and my AC is able to keep up. So those are things you can look at. I also last night cleaned the outside unit because grass collects on it on the outer rim when like from mowing and stuff, and you just take a hose and you spray all that off so it's getting as much airflow as possible. I did that last night as well. We learning house maintenance today? We're switching. Gaming is so depressing. We're going to switch to home maintenance streams, and I'm going to teach you guys next how to take your garbage out. It's. I know for some of you it's tough. You go to that thing, it's where you throw all your trash, and there's a bag in there, and you want to take that bag out when it's full and tie it, and then you take it outside and then put a new bag in. If you do that, then your house won't smell bad, and your significant other or your roommates will like you more. So, you guys need any more tips? You just come to me on stuff like that. I'm happy to do it. Hit like, share, and subscribe. Convince me that they operate more consumer positively focused than that. I can't dismiss it as an option that might have happened, but also might not have. I mean, they have to find ways to save money and promote new purchase over playing old games that they don't make money off of. As a business, they do have those talks. Yeah, but again, you're speaking about one gen to the next where they quite literally didn't do that. You also would have to look at their internal communications, which, again, you're not going to compel me to think that this is something that they're trying to do on purpose because, thank you for the $2 super chat, they literally just had a conversation about they need to work on MAU, but they also want to work at consumer lifetime value. So it's it's consumer LTV, lifetime value, okay? And the reason that lifetime value is important is that means you're spending more and more money in their ecosystem. Part of you doing that is digital library continuity, and they know that. It's crystal clear they see that. I don't think they're lost on the idea that you're more likely to spend money, stay loyal, and have increasing customer lifetime value if your library goes with you. If they start screwing around with back compat and they start messing around with your library, they're going to hurt your lifetime value. A customer's not going to be like, oh, I'm going to spend more money because they just took some of my games away. That's not going to happen. Like, your customer lifetime value matters to them. They're not going to foster that by taking stuff away from you. They're not. So the PS3 thing, it actually hurts customer lifetime value because it upsets their most loyal customers feeling like, well, my games aren't with me. All of my games aren't with me. The announcement right after they took the movies is kind of crazy. The movies is a separate department because it's not PlayStation. It's the Sony licensing expiring. That's the problem with buying. That's another thing that we as consumers are not properly protected on. We're not properly protected. When I buy a movie from Amazon, if their license with the rights holder expires, that doesn't have hide nor hair to do with me. I bought the movie from you. I should be able to keep it and keep watching it. You lose the license, so be it. Delist it from your store. But that doesn't mean I shouldn't be able to watch the movie anymore. That's another instance where we're not properly protected. They sell you a movie or an album, and then they lose the license to it. What the frick does that have to do with me? That's not my problem. That's a you problem. I bought it from you. End of transaction. You lose the license? That's your problem. That sucks to suck, bro. You take that up with the rights holder. That doesn't have anything to do with me. I'm not over here redistributing it. I'm just watching a Christmas movie every year or something. Change digital ownership laws? 100% needs to happen. Yes. 100% needs to happen. That has nothing to do with the consumer. That's between you and the rights holder. That doesn't have anything to do with me. Imagine Target loses a license to sell something. They can't come to my house and take it away from me. That would be just as stupid. Hey, we need that back. Why? Well, because we lost the license. What the frick does that have to do with me? I already paid for it. Transaction's over, boys. Joker Quinn, gifts a member. That's got to be one of the dumbest results of digital anything, digital libraries, digital sales, digital ownership. One of the dumbest things to come out of this is this idea that, like, if you lose the license, that's somehow my problem. What the frick? No. That has nothing to do with me. That's the biggest you problem and not a me problem if I've ever seen one. That is not my problem, bro. It's like the second or third time it's happened. Yeah. Because, again, they lose the license. And then everybody's going to be like, oh, man, we should never buy digital. It's like, for movies and music, I 100% agree with you. All right, listen, y'all. We're going to do something. We got to go to Green Room. All right? We got to go to Green Room. And I have this set up to where, you see this one, you see my thumbnail there that says no more discs? That video has been doing really, really great all day. All right? It's been doing really, really great all day. And I'd love for you guys to go watch it, like it, and hype it if you haven't already. I'm going to put a link in chat. All right? I'm going to put a link in chat. Watch it, like it, hype it. You can even turn the speed up, okay? I'm also going to redirect you guys on YouTube to it. And then we're going to go to the Green Room. That's a great reason to be a member. If you're not a member, become one and get into the Green Room. The show continues. The show continues, all right? Join us in the Green Room. I'll see you guys over there.